Testing, 1, 2. Welcome, everyone. We're going to get going. If everyone could take their seats, please. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 6 to 10 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. A comment sheet is available at the door for anyone wishing to submit written comments or to sign up to speak on any of our issues. So welcome. This is our 5th agenda, and I'm going to ask first, are any declarations of interest? Any declarations of interest, Councillor Shirelli? Okay. Confirmation of minutes from the 10th of March, 2015. Carried. Communications? Carried? Or received? Okay, so we'll get down to our items. The first one, we have 3 coming today from the Built Heritage Committee. One is a designation of the City of Ottawa workshops at 7 Bayview Road under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. That carried? Councillor Nussbaum? Carried. Number 2 is application for new construction at 239 Bank Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and located in the Centertown Heritage Conservation District. On this one? So I have 2 speakers on this. I have Stephanie Morris from Holtzman and Toon Dreesen. Are you here? If a committee is prepared to carry this item, do you still need to speak? Okay. And Melissa Cote, are you here? And the same goes with you. If committee is prepared to carry this item, do you need to speak? A different item? What's a different item? Sorry about that. I probably know the one that you're here on then. Okay, so back to committee. Is this item carried? Thank you. Okay, and the next one is a great property at 7 Clarence. It's the application to construct a new structure at 7 Clarence Street, a property located in the Byward Market Heritage Conservation District and designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I just want to say this was the very first item that that Dr. Christensen took under his wing, assuming his new role. And within days, he was listening to the people in the City of Ottawa and certainly working with our planning department. I want to thank him publicly for that. So on this item, is it carried? Thank you. Okay, the next item is the semi-annual performance report to Council. So we're going to hold that for questions. Number 5, we have a presentation on that, and that's the investment in affordable housing for Ontario, the IAH 2014 Extension Program. We'll hold that. Okay, the next item we're going to have a presentation with that, and we do have speakers, and it is the zoning and plan of subdivision for 6279 Fernbank Road. Next item is zoning bylaw amendment 68 Cooper.
We've got one speaker. She's requested changes to the recommendation.
Catherine Hickson. So we will hold for Catherine Hickson to speak when we get to that one. And we have the next one is the zoning bylaw amendment, 250, 266, 268, 272, and 274 Parkdale Avenue, and 1518 Scott Street, 9, 11, and 13 Bowman Street. We have 2 speakers, so we'll be holding that one. And we also have a technical amendment from Councillor Leeper. The zoning bylaw amendment for parts of 4798 Bank Street,
It's Melissa Cotier from Tartan.
and that's where we have a speaker. This is our only speaker?
Number 9.
So, I know that you're here. Any questions from committee? No? Ms. Cote, if committee is willing to carry this, do you still need to speak? Okay, thank you. Committee, is this carried? Thank you very much. Okay, the next is zoning bylaw amendment 1423 and 1449 Earl Armstrong Road and 4509 and 4515 Line Bank Road. And we do have a request from the applicant to defer this. And if we're in agreement with that, Councillor Tierney is going to move the deferral. And the Councillor Kakish agrees to the deferral. So what is the date?
May 12th.
So May 12th would be the deferral. Councillor Vice Chair Tierney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so that we defer this until May the 12th, 2015.
Is that carried? Thank you. And the last item, the last item is the March Road Wastewater Pumping Station Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Study. Does anyone want to speak to this? No? Okay. I just want to say something about this because I think that it's important to recognize that this project back in 2001, as it was determined that it would go forward at that point, would have cost us $7.5 million, okay? Through some creativity and some outside-the-box thinking, our staff, in reviewing this in 2014, 12, well, the recent one that got us to today, because they're going to repurpose some of the current site, we're going to save $2.3 million. And that's significant. And I'm mentioning it today because I think that it's really important to understand that we've got staff that are actually looking at that sort of thing as they should be, but also it's a new way of thinking. And Mr. Mezzi, did you have anything that you wanted to say on that?
No, Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair, it's exactly as you presented it. Yes, the repurposing of part, rebuilding pumping station plus repurposing will save significant dollars.
Yeah. So I wanted to put a shout out to Chris Rogers and Joseph Zagorski. I think they were the leads on this file. Thank you very much. So on this item, is it carried? We're receiving the results. Receiving. Is it received? Thank you very much. Okay. We are going to go back to our first held item, which is the semi-annual performance report to Council, Q2 2014 and Q3 2014, held for questions by Councillor Leeper. No.
No presentation. Just a fairly quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank staff for taking me through some of the statistics with respect to our failure to meet site plan approval timelines, fairly consistency for the past several years. A question for staff with respect to where we are in reviewing the site plan approval process in order to try to get some sort of success in meeting those timelines.
Madam Chair, at the August 21st, 2014 Planning Committee meeting, we had an IPD brought forward that outlined the status of the site plan control timelines review. Since that time, the department has made a number of process improvements to try and reduce the timelines. But I can say, in terms of the targets themselves, we believe those target dates are not representative of the target dates that you'd see today in a modern planning regime. Our background research is done, and we are prepared to bring forward newly developed timelines to a future planning committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just reading the executive summary of the annual report, or the semi-annual report, under solid waste, if staff could comment on two things. One is that non-recyclable garbage has increased by 4.4% over the reporting period from 2013 to 2014. I'd like a comment on that.
We don't have anyone from solid waste here.
Okay.
We're speaking to just the planning items.
Portions, okay.
I'm sure that the other committees will be having them before them as their pieces of it.
So will the semi-annual report go to the various committees
Yes.
for their... Oh, okay, all right. So I'll just follow up by email.
Perfect.
All right, thanks.
Thanks very much. And if I could ask everybody to, it's hard when you're trying to read what you're doing in that, but try to speak into the mic because it's very difficult. I know for the reporters, but beyond the reporters, you're trying to listen. You're here for a reason, and it's difficult to hear. I mean, I've got poor hearing anyways, but I think it's probably problematic for others as well. Okay, so on that item then, is it received? Received. Before we go to our next item, which has a presentation, I wanted to ask you if you've received the motion on Crown Ridge Park. Right? Everyone has received that. That's where Councillor Hubley is moving a motion to move some money within his own ward, and this needs to be done because of the timing in that. And so, wondering if we can waive the rules to have this before us. You don't have it? So, Councillor Hubley, it's waived. So, Councillor Hubley, can you introduce that, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the patience of my colleagues on this. This is just, as the Chair said, we're just moving some money from one park to the other to complete them both this year. So maybe I can just skip to the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the front-ending agreement for Crown Ridge Park be amended to provide a total payback to the South Canada Development Corporation of $725,081 plus tax. Thank you.
Any questions? Is that carried? Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back and we'll have a presentation now on the IAH, Investment in Affordable Housing for Ontario 2014 Extension Program.
Because you guys are going to have to do your own clicker anyway.
Thanks, Chair. This morning the presentation is going to be done by our departmental staff. Janice Burrell, the Administrator for Housing, is going to provide a brief overview and conditions, and then Saeed Sale is actually going to go through the details within how the program is going to roll out and the investment that we're talking about for this term of council.
Thank you, Aaron. So, as you mentioned, I'll just make a few introductory remarks and then turn it over to Saeed, who's the Program Manager for Affordable Housing. So, as you all know, most people in the City of Ottawa can afford to own and rent in the city. However, 12% of the population are low income, about 110,000 residents, 45,000 households, who sometimes have to choose between rent, utilities, and food. So these folks include our seniors, people in social assistance, people who are minimum wage earners. So that's why the IAH is such an important investment. So I just want to touch ever so slightly on the three priorities that are listed in the report. The first group is seniors. We know they make up 13% of the population currently. That's set to double in the next 15 years, and about 7% of those are low-income seniors. And so the target from the province is about 15%. We will exceed that target in terms of investments for seniors. The second group is for supportive housing. So we have currently clients living in a shelter, and I use the word living in a shelter as a mechanism to demonstrate they actually are, it's not a short stay, it's a long stay. They are staying for in excess of 3, 4, 5 years, and the costs are rising, and those are direct and indirect costs. So in the 10-year plan, we plan to house 250 of the longest stay clients in the next 18 months, and then we have another 350 or so to house that are categorized as chronic and episodic. And so some of those will need supportive housing as they cannot live independently in the community. And the last category is some general housing. We know that we want some mixed income. We know that some groups are waiting longer than others, and so it's important to have that mix. So we strive also for 100% visitable of all our new housing, and we will exceed the target of 10% for accessibility. Just in terms of the total investments, so the past investments, the last round was $46 million, and we created 314 units the last round. So this round we have $55 million, and I'm talking about the total envelope, and we know that we're going to be able to build in excess of 300 units. I wanted to touch ever so slightly just on some of the key messages as well. We know very well that the demand is much higher than the supply. So this will be a competitive process. We know that this is open to not-for-profits as well as the private sector. In the report, it outlines the fact that this cannot be used for social housing repair. However, it can be used to expand social housing by increasing the number of units. Affordable housing is different from social housing from the perspective of social housing requires an ongoing subsidy, whereas affordable housing doesn't. You put the investment up front, you get 35 years of affordability with no need for ongoing subsidy. So I just want to speak ever so slightly also about the investments. They are complementary and they promote choice from the perspective of, you look at the seniors, you have a choice of aging in place with the Renovate program, then there's affordable housing without supports, all the way to supportive housing. They are minimizing the risk. The recommendations minimize the risk from the perspective of when we're suggesting to implement the rent subs and the housing allowances so that we buy ourselves a year pending any further announcements from the feds and the province to extend the program. And we also are quite confident in achieving the $6.9 million that we need for the contingencies. It also reflects the market. We're only building what we don't already have out there as choices for people. It does respond to emerging needs, so each year we look at key data that the housing branch gathers around the centralized wait list, around folks who are homeless, around key assessments of our households and what the needs are going forward. And the last thing I think that's important to outline is that all of these recommendations link directly to the 10-year plan from the perspective of it responds to the needs of diverse populations in the City of Ottawa. It has a variety of options, and part of the intent of the supportive housing is to create savings from the costs that are going into emergency shelter and diverting those back to housing as well as supports. So thank you, and over to Saeed.
Okay, thank you, Janice. So to begin, we'll just start by switching the slides here. Okay, thank you. So to begin, the Investment in Affordable Housing for Ontario program utilizes $801 million of federal and provincial funding that is being allocated across the province of Ontario over a 6-year period. This funding is to be used for the creation or the repair of affordable housing in our communities. Year one is a quick start year, with the full program being committed between years 2 and 6. So that's between years 2015 and 2020. To be specific, programs will run until March 31st of 2021. Allocations have been broken down by fiscal year in this table, and they must be committed in most cases by December 31st of each calendar year, or else they could be lost. They'll be clawed back by the province and may be reallocated for some other purpose. So it's important that we do spend the money or allocate it to a project within each fiscal year. Next slide, please. So with respect to the Quick Start funding, we were allocated exactly $5,001,000, and staff had forwarded 2 projects to the province which were approved. The first project is with Ottawa Community Housing Corporation in the Michelle Heights community. This is a small infill development comprised of 6 townhouse units, 2 of which wheelchair-accessible 5-bedroom units that are very much needed on our centralized waiting list. These are units that really don't exist, or there's very little of them in the portfolio. We do have a number of large families with children that use wheelchairs that do need these units. The other 4 units are 4-bedroom visitable units that will be added as well to the portfolio. The second project, which is considerably larger, is the second phase of the proposed Longfields development in the Barrhaven community. This is comprised of 41 units. The first phase was comprised of a total of 57 units, and this will be built by Multi-Faith Housing Initiative. This is a group of over 60 faith-based organizations in the City of Ottawa who have fundraised over $750,000 to date and are trying to reach the goal of $1.5 million to build this community, which will be 100% visitable, which means that all units can be accessed by a person in a wheelchair, and they could have access to the main floor of the home as well as the bathroom facilities on the main level as well. In addition, we are hoping to achieve a LEED Gold standard for this new community as well. So when we get into sort of the bulk of the program, as I had stated earlier, it's going to be provided between 2015 and 2020. Now, the IEH is broken down into 5 components that are divided into 2 streams. There's 3 components that are capital components, so we can allocate funding on the capital side, and then we can operate funding on the operating side. The operating side is comprised of rent supplements and housing allowances. Just to go back to capital, the bulk of our funding is being recommended to go into the development of new rental and supportive housing, where we're recommending that $35.73 million be allocated within this particular component. The second component is Ontario Renovates. This is a residential rehabilitation program that's offered to low-income homeowners, renters, and landlords, where we're recommending $5.4 million of the total budget be allocated. And with respect to home ownership down payment assistance, we are not recommending any funding be allocated to this program component at this time. Under the operating, we're recommending a total of $5 million be allocated to either of these streams. And just one note on the components, there's no obligation on the service manager, in this case the City of Ottawa, to select any specific component or any combination of components. It's up to the city to decide which components that we will invest in. Next slide, please. So the program components selected will advance 3 priority areas that are consistent with the goals and objectives of our 10-year plan mainly to end chronic homelessness in the City of Ottawa. The first priority is mixed composition affordable rental housing. This is kind of a new term that we had made up, but what it really refers to is a model of affordable housing that we are encouraging the not-for-profit and private sectors to build, where we provide a mix of unit types in usually larger apartment buildings ranging between 60 to well over 100 units. That varies in terms of affordability, in terms of levels of accessibility, and may or may not include supports within those new buildings. The second priority is supportive housing. Now, this type of housing is needed. It's required in order to advance one of our main objectives in the 10-year plan to eliminate chronic homelessness and move 250 of our long-stay shelter clients out of the emergency shelter system and into permanent supportive housing. This is affordable housing with social supports that provides environments where people are able to live in it with a very good quality of life and participate in their community to the extent that's possible for them. The third priority is housing for older adults or seniors and people with disabilities. The priority for housing for older adults is also consistent with the requirement from the province that 15% of our funding be used to create or sustain units for seniors in our community, and this includes funding that goes into Ontario Renovates or any new affordable housing that we may build for seniors. And with respect to creating units for persons with disabilities, our Ontario Renovates program also speaks to that particular requirement, as well as the City of Ottawa has always, we've always maintained a requirement to have a minimum of 5 to 10% of our units be accessible in the community. So these are our priorities, but they are consistent with the provincial priorities as well. So to speak briefly about the Ontario Renovates program. This program replaces the residential rehabilitation program that was administered by CMHC and the federal government between 1974 and approximately 2011. In 2011, responsibility for this program was transferred to the province and the cities under the Ontario Renovates component in the IAH. The program has been successfully run in Ottawa for the last 2 years and provides grants and forgivable loans to low-income households that are comprised of either seniors, where somebody lives with a disability, or to also to landlords or renters as well in the same situation. The typical renovations under this program include modifications to bathrooms, entranceways, providing lifts, maybe new furnaces or new roofs or windows, again, to those qualified households. We had established criteria back in 2012, and these were based on how much funding was allocated by the federal government, in particular to seniors and households where people live with disabilities, and we had estimated the what our total annual requirement would be in terms of funding, and we've been quite accurate. So 1.2 million annually has been consistent with our forecast, so we're recommending that we continue with the program as we have been and have it run until March 31st of 2021. On the operating side, the last IAH program, we did not provide any operating funding from the IAH envelope towards rent supplements and housing allowances. This term of council, we're recommending that $5 million be allocated to the implementation of a rent supplement and or housing allowance program. We're recommending that the program run for 5 years, and we're able to stagger the funds so that it runs, the subsidies will run to households for 1 year after the program comes to an end. So we could have it run until approximately 2022. And what this would do would be to give council time to decide whether to continue the program or transition it out in case the IH funding is not renewed in 5 years from now. And just to give you a quick overview of what housing allowances and rent supplements are, there is a difference between the two. Rent supplements are provided directly to a landlord, usually under some kind of contractual agreement, and the rents are subsidized so that households don't pay any more than 30% of their income. Households that are in receipt of rent supplements are removed from the centralized waiting list, so they're no longer on the list and they're not counted. But again, in this case, the subsidies are attached to the unit. So when somebody vacates, we can take someone else off the waiting list and move them into the unit. A housing allowance, on the other hand, is provided directly to the individual. The existing City of Ottawa Housing Allowance Program currently provides $250 for an individual, and this is portable, and then there's a $50 increment for every additional person in the household. A housing allowance can be paid directly to a tenant or the landlord, and the client may choose to stay on the centralized waiting list. So if you're in receipt of the housing allowance, you can still stay on the list and wait for a rent supplement unit or some other type of subsidized unit. And in this case, also housing allowances can be used for rooming house units, whereas rent supplements typically cannot. Next slide, please. So with respect to the rental component of the new IH program, this is where the bulk of the funding is being recommended. In this case, $35.7 million, of which $5 million has been allocated already to the Quick Start component of the program. Now, as Janice had said, we'll require $6.9 million over the next 5 years to properly leverage this capital funding. This will allow us to ensure that we are able to work with our partners in the community to build units that are affordable and sustainable in the long term. This money is used for contingencies, for additional capital costs with respect to building, and to also fund things like development charges, building permit fees, and other planning-related fees that our partners incur when planning and building new development. Currently, we have $4.5 million in the housing reserve that's being dedicated towards the program, and we will require an additional $2.4 million over the next 5 years in order to reach that $6.9 million target that we have talked about in the reserve. Now, we expect to reach that quite easily through the collection of development charges, and also from the revenue that the housing reserve receives from the the sale of surplus residential lands, which is 25% under the Housing First policy. So to end, and just to talk about the next steps, provided that all the recommendations are approved by Council, staff will submit this funding plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, for which we expect their approval. We will resume and extend the Interior Renovates program until 2021. We'll begin planning for housing allowance and rent supplement programs to start in April of 2016. And annually, we will issue requests for proposals under Action Ottawa to develop new affordable housing with respect to the 3 priorities that we had outlined in this presentation and in the report. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. So if you have any questions or comments, we'd be glad to take them, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a couple of councillors that have said they have some questions. We do have one speaker, so I'm going to go just to questions. If you want to speak to this item, I'll do that after we have the delegation come forward. Does that sound good? So questions, Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions for you on that presentation. Why are we only looking at $1 million a year for 5 years in subsidies, where we have numerous studies showing that that's the way to reach our objective, and that is get the most people into affordable housing that need taxpayers' assistance? Why so low on the subsidy and allowance?
First of all, the investment with housing allowances and rent supplement is dependent to somewhat on what the market will bear. When the previous council committed $3 million in rent subs, it took us 2.5 years for enough landlords to be interested in the program. And because this is capital in a moving into an operating stream, then there's certain timelines and requirements, and then there's also the risk that's associated with this should the program end. If we knew that this was going to be in perpetuity and there wasn't these requirements to ramp up in the timelines that the province was identifying, then I think we would be considering more in the rent subs and the housing allowances. When it comes to rent subs and the housing allowances, we try to move our operating dollars. So when we talk about the funding that's currently going to the shelters, that's ongoing subsidy, we would rather use that money for housing allowances and rent subs because it's ongoing base funding. So it's to mitigate the risks, essentially. And looking at what's available in the market. And we also know that we need to build certain things that don't exist in the market. So no amount of rent subs and housing allowances are going to provide us with any supportive housing or some of the units that we need that are for larger families or that are accessible, because they don't exist out in the market. So we need to find that balance.
But the larger percentage of the people looking for houses it would work for, correct? So the larger percentage of the people that are in need or have been declared in need of public housing, subsidies and allowances would help us address with the majority.
Yes.
So you just mentioned at the start that part of the problem is the ramp-up process, that you need to work with the private sector to indicate that we are going to make investments in this area so that they will build and then we can fund going forward. Are we doing that?
We've actually met with the Landlords Association twice. We've been out to a couple of their events. We've been talking to the various landlords. We've got some interest, which is encouraging. And what's also bringing their level of interest up is the fact that we're also now providing supports. Because sometimes we house people, and without the supports, their housing is precarious and causes some grief, basically, for some of the landlords. So they have very piqued interest, and we have ongoing conversations right now. So we're pretty excited about teeing that up.
But no formal projects underway or any kind of formalized agreements that this is what we're going to do. We're going to help transition people into allowances and subsidies?
Based on the fact that we just made some movement forward with the recent RFO and have some housing-based case management, which is the supports, that was just decided. So what we've now done is those preliminary conversations, and now we're following up specifically with certain landlords, and certain ones are calling us, which is a switch.
Good.
So we're excited about that, but it's preliminary at best right now.
So then I was surprised as part of the presentation was that in a couple of years we should look at whether we want to transition out of subsidy and allowance. Why would that have been in that presentation?
Sure.
Primarily because if the federal funding were not renewed, then you have time to say, actually say you don't have the money any longer. You make a decision at that point in terms of that. That's the intent of the thing. It's not saying.
Speak louder, please.
The intent is basically that if the federal provincial funding were not renewed, you have sufficient time then to determine what you're going to do and how you would do it.
But isn't it easier to transition from subsidy and allowance than it is if you go and build a house and then the taxpayers are left with the ongoing operational costs to that if there is no funding? Wouldn't it be easier if we had more people on subsidy and allowance?
No, because we're talking two different animals. We're not talking operating costs, we're talking capital costs here, and we're saying in the short term because it's a better investment to put it into the allowances, but at some point if you're not getting new and renewed knowledge, you don't have any way to pay for those allowances.
Okay. So then my last question, Madam Chair, would be to do with why the focus on housing versus apartments? Like you're talking about people that are in need of public assistance and subsidies. Why are we telling them that we're going to give you a driveway and a front and a backyard to look after? Why wouldn't we, because in most cases that's public money that's going to have to maintain these properties, why wouldn't we be looking at more buildings, like apartments at minimum square footage that they would have to personally look after here versus a townhouse or a big house, whatever? Why isn't that?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do not build any single-family homes or semi-detached buildings under the program. The majority of the units that we build are apartment buildings, with that are appropriate for larger households. Occasionally, we do build townhomes, but it is rare. But the majority of our funding does go towards the development of apartment buildings, apartment units. Yes.
So the bulk of the inventory is not townhouses? It's apartments?
Yes, the new inventory.
Maybe we're talking about two different definitions of apartments here. Are you talking, describe to me what you're talking about here, because to me these all look like townhouses.
We may have some photographs in the presentation. So in this particular case, yes, Ottawa Community Housing is building 6 townhouses, but that's a fraction of everything that's being constructed. The project below is a combination of apartment buildings and townhouses, and then if we go back even further, if we can
These
go
are
back.
great projects, by the way. I'm not criticizing these projects.
Thank
What
you.
I'm looking at is what's our way forward here to get the, because, as Mr. Burry correctly pointed out, you're thinking in operational capital terms. I'm thinking in human terms. There are people that we are trying to house that year after year are waiting on waiting lists because we build townhouses instead of apartments. And we want to house them versus giving them subsidies where the private sector market, as you say, subsidies are portable. They could end up anywhere in the city instead of these little neighborhoods that we're trying to build and push people into.
Through you, Madam Chair, most of our projects are apartment buildings style projects. So the 3 photographs here, one shows us a conceptual diagram of Beaver Barracks in the top corner. This is primarily, actually they're pretty much all apartments in a very urban setting. There might be some townhouse style units at the base of the apartment buildings, but these are apartment units, 254 on a very small space. The other project is, I think that's Cornerstone Housing for Women. Those are 42 apartment units again. So these are the style of projects that we're building. We try to be as cost effective as possible. Most of our units are either apartment flats. In some cases where we do have land that's appropriate, it depends on the zoning and the context, where we would look to see if it is cost effective to build townhouses. And again, because the majority of our units are apartments doesn't mean that we don't have need for townhouses. We do still need some townhouses to be built or added to the portfolio, and we look at those. But it's difficult for us to find land that is appropriate, so most of the time we do look at an apartment type of building.
Sorry, if I could just have one follow-up to that comment, a fast one. You said you still need townhouses. Give me examples of why we need townhouses versus apartments, please.
Some of the families we have in these shelters are very large. It could be 10 to 12 individuals in a family. So it would be very difficult. And if you look at the cost effectiveness, comparing, the cost of building a townhouse versus a very large apartment flat, it would be actually a lot more affordable to build a townhouse for that family than to try to accommodate them in an apartment building.
But that would be such a small percentage of the people that you're trying to help here, right?
It's a small percentage, but these are the individuals who are in our shelters, particularly our family shelters, and those stays are now going up, have been continuing to increase, and we have large families often having to live in shelters upwards of a year while they're waiting for accommodation. So this was one of the priorities identified by Council in terms of improving the amount of family accommodation available.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And because I have a growing list of questions, I'm going to bring our one delegation up, so I'm going to break ranks here. And I'm going to invite Mr. Ray Sullivan. Ray, are you here? Come on forward to the available mic. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. My name is Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of CCOC Nonprofit Housing. We're a nonprofit landlord, and through our in-house development department, we also act through our sister corporation, CADCO, as a development consultant to other nonprofit and charity groups who are building affordable and supportive housing across the city. I'm here to speak in support of the staff report. Staff have done a very good line of outlining the need for these kinds of developments, these kinds of initiatives. These are the right priorities, and this is important work. There are close to 40,000 households in the city who are in core housing need, people of all types and families of all types who cannot afford their current housing costs, primarily their current rental costs. And the city, of course, has set its own goal in its 10-year plan to eliminate chronic homelessness by 2024. A laudable and an important goal, and there is a broad coalition of partners working with the city across the city to make that happen. Strong and resilient communities are neighborhoods that are inclusive, neighborhoods that have homes for people of all income levels, all ages, and all levels of ability. And this report and these initiatives recommended in the report bring us incrementally closer to that objective. I want to put the report into some broader context, not just the next 5 years as outlined, but also the previous 4 years of council. And I don't want to sound too much like a broken record, but this relates to some of the presentation I made to the Planning Committee in February when talking about the budget. It's interesting to note on page 2 of the report, recommendation 3A at the bottom makes reference to the $14 million Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan. Of course, that $14 million Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan is now a $10 million Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan, and I'm going to outline some of the effects of that. If I can call your attention to the slide on the screen, these are essentially the same numbers that are in the staff report. It outlines the structure of the plan. In basic terms, the federal-provincial program provides about $10 million in base funding every year to the city. The city supplements that with money from either collected from development charges or through its own housing reserve with $1 to $2 million in regular years, primarily for fee relief so that nonprofit developers aren't paying the development charges and levies and those sorts of things that incrementally drive up the cost of the housing. If I add in the previous 4 years, you can see what the difference is. Again, there's a base of about $10 million. It's actually slightly higher in the last iteration of the program, but a base of about $10 million provided to the city. But in this case, the city was topping it up with an additional $4 million from the Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan. This was the city's own funds, capital contributions to supplement what was coming from the federal-provincial program. So in regular years, there was a total of about $16 million available for these kinds of programs through Action Ottawa, Ontario Renovates, those sorts of things. Now we've dropped to a baseline of about $11 million per year available for those kinds of things. That's an important difference. I have 2 questions that I would ask to the city and to the committee. The first, the plan proposes spending the balance of the existing housing reserve for that last line for fee relief. There's another $2.4 million that is unfunded there. And I have to ask how this will affect general operations within the broader housing services branch and the ability to absorb inflationary pressures in future years. And we saw with the 2015 budget how the impact of those things can affect other programs. It's important to think that through for the next 5 years as well. We also have to ask ourselves how the total drop in funding, as presented in that slide, So going from baseline of $16 million a year to a baseline of about $11 million a year is going to affect the city's ability to meet its own goals and objectives under its 10-year plan on housing and homelessness. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Sullivan? Thank you for coming out today. We have a lot of questions coming from committee, too, if you wanted to stay and listen. Okay, next up, I have Councillor Nussbaum, followed by Councillor Leeper, Brockington, McKenney. Really?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
McKenney, Deans, Fleury.
My first question relates to the IH funding, both the previous round and this round. I actually think Mr. Sullivan answered my question to a certain extent, but I'll just ask it just so that I'm clear. In the last round of the IH funding between 2011 and 2015, the city kicked in the equivalent of about $4 million a year, and I wondered if that was contingency funding alone, but I think Mr. Sullivan's presentation suggests that that indeed was an additional contribution to capital of some amount, $4 million approximately. And so I guess instead of asking that question, I'll ask, I presume that the approval of this program is without prejudice to how you spend the $14 million in subsequent years, or by approving this today, are we making a decision to keep an additional $4 million out of capital for the remainder of the council term?
Essentially, that decision was already made as part of the budget process. Those $4 million are now being used to offset operating costs.
Okay, but I had understood the approval of the 2015 budget to be that, the approval of the 2015 budget. What you're actually saying is we approved the 2016, 17, and 18 budget in terms of the allocation of that amount?
Essentially, I guess when you go back at the 2016 budget, if there's room to basically remove that $4 million and put it back into the capital operating, you could make that decision at that particular point in time. So that is possible.
Okay, so my next question is in relation then to the way in which the city is going to administer the RFPs for the capital amount. Of the remaining $10 million from the HHIP, would it be your inclination to treat the $10 million capital completely separate from the IAH?
So the balance of the $14 million to the 10 is all in operating. So that's going towards rent subs and housing allowances, so $5 million towards that, about $2 million in supports, $2 million towards repairs to social housing, and then $1 million goes to some other variations in terms of assisting people with increasing their income from OW to ODSP, the Youth Futures program. So that's all in the operating, and it's all been allocated out to the community. So there's no anticipation of changing that now. Those were all kind of housing first facing projects when they were developed 4 years ago.
So in other words, if council makes a decision for the 2016, 17, or 18 budget to allocate an amount of the HHIP to capital, that money would be rolled into the IH program, so to speak.
You could potentially do that at the risk of closing programs. Yep.
Right.
That align with the Housing First and all the other goals and objectives in the 10-year plan.
Okay. And my last question is simply on admin fees. I see that the city is allowed to spend $2 million over the course of the 4 years on administration. Is that going to additional staff, or what's the way in which the admin fee will be spent?
The program has a number of administration and ongoing monitoring requirements that we're required to follow through with. The Interior Renovates program, for example, is an administratively heavy program. We have 2 full-time staff that work on that program. Legal services as well spends a considerable amount of time reviewing every individual agreement. So under Interior Renovates alone, we could have more than 100 agreements that would have to be reviewed and signed. There's ongoing monitoring of all the affordable housing. So these administration funds are not just used for this housing, they're used for the ongoing monitoring of previous housing as well, since many things come up. There's remortgaging, transfer of ownership, and reporting requirements back to the province. Staff are required, so most of the affordable housing staff, their salaries are actually paid for through these administrators' funds, and also our legal staff as well. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. A few different questions here. First, I think I'd like to pick up on a point that Councillor Hubley was making with respect to the rent supplements and housing allowances. How many people might that be expected to help? How many households? What I'd like to try to understand is if in 2021 that funding was not to be available, how many people could we expect would be negatively impacted by that?
It depends if you're going with a rent supplement or a housing allowance. Let me do the math correctly in my head. So I have a calculator. I'll come back if you want to go out with your other question.
Thank you. One of the issues that we faced in the 2015 budget was with respect to the pressure created by the provincially mandated inflation adjustments that led to our having to take what Mr. Sullivan calls a top-up and move that into operating. I don't know the timing of those sorts of adjustments. How often do those occur? Is that something that we're going to face again over the course of the next 5 years? And do we have any kind of capacity to absorb that?
During the budget, we had quite a conversation related to that with committee around what are the two elements of what's causing the pressures. The primary thing is many of these things are legislated. Half of those pressures, if they're not required, go back into housing reserves. The other half don't. They basically would be paid out. Essentially, in terms of we will have a much better indication of where we stand halfway through this year and into next year as we are reconciling what the real costs and expenses are. When we did the budget, we have to project what we anticipate. We anticipated approximately $9 to $10 million pressure in that envelope. We have to make sure the funds are available. That's what's been done. Next year, if those indices are coming in lower than anticipated, if the reconciliation is lower than anticipated, then we have more room to maneuver. We won't know that until we've actually got the experience. Certainly there are some indications that things like energy are coming down more rapidly than anticipated. How that impacts insurance and other costs, all the mandatory requirements, that will be much easier to report on later, and that's what we said during the basically the budget deliberations.
That's helpful. Thank you. With respect to the $2.4 million underfunding that we're facing, you said, Said, that we are very comfortable that will be available through development charges and surplus land sales. Do we have those projections available to us?
Through you, Madam Chair, development charges alone will provide approximately $500,000 to $550,000 annually to the housing reserve, and then the land sales really they fluctuate. It depends on lands that are being sold by Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation, but we do expect enough sales to occur between now and 2020 to actually exceed the $2.4 million threshold. So we're confident that the funds will be there.
For those development charge amounts that will be available, that takes into account what the current market looks like with respect to building, et cetera.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
I'll keep my last couple short, Chair. Thank you for your patience. With respect to choosing the providers for the projects that are to come, there are a number of criteria that are listed, I think, on page 13. At the very top of the page, there's a criteria used to evaluate the projects. One of my questions is, when it comes to the provider's ability to manage housing projects, does that take into account tenant feedback with respect to the project manager's ability to maintain the apartments according to a certain standard, the responsiveness to tenants? How does that tenant feedback play into our criteria?
Certainly in terms of the general criteria that we look at, is that would refer to essentially what is the track record of that particular proponent. So generally that is taken into consideration in virtually any RFP. Do you have a track record in actually doing this and doing this well?
And then finally, just a little bit out in left field, is there any way to take a look in these criteria at where these projects are located with respect to things like grocery stores, food availability? In other words, can we bring a bit of a food security lens to how we choose the successful projects?
I think certainly in terms of location is one of the, I think, key elements that undergoes a lot of discussion around these particular projects. Clearly, you need to have, access to transit. It cannot be in an area that's so totally isolated and unserved and so on. So all of those things are generally part of what the groups that put these projects together bring to the table in terms of location, quality, what other added value features essentially for that community.
Because at the moment in say Hintonburg and Mechanicsville, access to groceries is a problem for some of our more vulnerable populations. So I'll just await the numbers with respect to how many people we expect to serve.
Okay. So in terms of the number of rent supplements, it would be approximately 150 individuals. So we remember that the $1 million, it is $5 million total investment, but it's $1 million over 5 years. So if it's all rent supplements, it would be approximately 150. If it was housing allowances, it'd be upwards of 300, recognizing the the housing allowance is about $250, and the rent subs usually run us about $550. So you get double the bang for your buck, but the thing is it depends on what you're looking at in terms of rent subs or housing allowances, in terms of what client you're trying to serve and what's available in the market and the vacancy rate and all that sort of thing. So those are the numbers.
That's helpful. My thanks to staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How did staff determine the quick start projects? Were these just shovel ready and they were logical first ones to pick?
Yes, and we have to have the money expended essentially by the end of March. So it's not, you have to have projects that are either ongoing or very close to be able to do that.
Would you please comment on why the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing needs to approve our projects?
All the project, yeah, I could. Under the IH administration agreement, the minister has to approve all of the projects that are funded under the program. So every time we conduct an RFP, we forward a recommendation to the minister for their approval.
And is it normally just a one-page letter that comes back and says we've reviewed it, we have no issues, or what type of scrutiny and intensity could the minister get involved? I just think it's odd that municipalities who know their communities best, who thankfully receive these funds to proceed with projects, now need the minister's permission and approval to proceed with these projects. I have no problem informing the ministry, but I'm just trying to understand the role the minister has in our local projects.
The role primarily in most provincial programs has the city acting as a service manager on behalf of the province. So generally, some legislations are more specific now as they move on, but we're required to represent the provincial interest. In practical terms, through consultations with the ministry, provided the projects meet the guidelines and the expectations of the ministry, we've not had a project that would have been turned down at this particular point in time.
That's good to know. Thank you. Motion 3B of the staff recommendation at the top of page 3 talks about the potential for additional funding that we need to be cognizant of and put aside. Do we know, just ballpark, how much that could be, what the source would be to fund that? I'm a little hesitant to approve motions that say we'll cover additional funding, but I need to know basically the ballpark, what's to be expected here.
This is additional funding, yeah. Occasionally at the end of each fiscal year, the province may have small amounts of funding that could be reallocated among different service managers. So sometimes we've had maybe 50,000, 110,000, so it's relatively small amounts of funding, and where a project is able to receive more funding under the formulas and the IH guidelines, this will give us the ability to approve that funding for a specific project in the city.
And thus, you wouldn't have to come back to us for any other approvals. We do this ahead of time.
Correct.
Okay. In the staff report, you talk about remaining $2.16 million, or 4.5% of the funding, would be used to assist staff with staffing and other related costs associated with administration. I assume, since that's a very precise number, $2.16 million, you've done the calculations about what your needs are. Do we need to allocate that much for administration? Is there any way we can re-examine that amount to put even more into housing, or have you crunched those numbers and that's what you need?
It's formula-driven, too. So.
It's formula-driven, and in addition to that, I can tell you on the basis of the amount of work we're required to do by the province related to these agreements, that is not a lot of money compared to the amount of work required. There's a tremendous amount of oversight. Saeed spoke to the legal contracts and the legal oversight of this. This is one of the most labor-intensive programs now that we have in terms of oversight.
I appreciate that. My last question is I just wanted to double-check that this motion in no way would compromise any potential for the expansion of the Carlington Community Health Centre, which could include seniors housing. As you're well aware, this is in discussion right now. Does this motion before us in any way impact that project or the potential of that project?
I don't think it impacts any project.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, it shouldn't impact any project at this point in time, no.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney?
Thank you, Chair. So sorry, I have a bit of a math question, but I'll make the, I'll try to make it as simple as possible, just so that I can understand, or that we can all understand the difference between what a rent supplement will do, what a housing allowance will do, and what rent geared to income does. So if I make $1,000 a month, and I am in an apartment that costs $1,000 a month, what would the rent supplement do for me? I.e., what would it leave me with at the end of the month? What would a housing allowance leave me with at the end of the month? And if I were in a unit that was rent geared to income, what would I be left with at the end of the month?
So a rent supplement and a rent geared to income is the same thing.
Okay.
Leaves the tenant with the same outcome. So if your rent is $1,000, then you look at a person's income. So let's say their income is also $1,000, just for simple math.
Yeah.
So they would basically pay $300 towards that $1,000 rent. The other $700 would be the portion that would be the rent geared to income or the rent supplement. On the flip side, the housing allowance is a set amount. It's $250. So if my revenue is $1,000, I would get an additional $250 to pay towards my rent.
Okay. So that apartment that's $1,000 is costing us $700 a month.
Yep.
To house someone.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So thank you for that clarity.
Okay.
And of course, the more that the apartment costs, of course, the higher our contribution is. So
Correct.
if it's, I don't know, if you're a family and you're in a $2,000 a month apartment, we're paying $1,700 for that apartment, right?
Yeah. It's usually capped to some degree. It's more around affordable units. Social housing is affordable,
Okay.
and in terms of what we build around affordable housing, those are not as high.
But if you're paying a rent supplement, say to a family, 2 adults, 2 children, could be 2 bedrooms, so we have 2 girls.
Yeah.
It's not outlandish that you would be paying $1,500 a month for not a You know, you're not in anything too luxurious, right? You're probably in something that's comfortable, right? So
we do have an average of what the rent supplement is, and it is around $550. So obviously, there's some that would be much lower, and it, of course, depends on a person's income, right?
Okay, yes,
so their
exactly.
incomes fluctuate, so then, therefore, our contribution fluctuates and is up and down depending if someone's employed or those types of things. But the average is about $550, as I stated.
that we pay.
That is our contribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And just on the issue of the $4 million in capital, so the $10 million, as Councillor Nussbaum pointed out, you know, it's operating money, and that's what we're using to move towards our Housing First policy to make sure that folks are housed, no longer precariously housed, but well housed. So the $4 million, I appreciate that. You know, we're taking from this pot out of development charges and putting it in this pot to try to make up that $4 million that was taken out of this pot and put into our operating to be able to make our budget balance. But we still do have a deficit in terms of what we are investing in capital investment in our housing and homelessness investment plan. So, you know, another option for us, of course, would be, you know, we're getting upload from, the province is uploading some over the next 4 years, $50 million that was downloaded in the 90s. So an option there would be to increase that $2 million from strategic initiatives that we're going to most likely approve in this next process and continue to add to that so that by 2018 we actually are investing a good, healthy $8 million a year into our capital affordable housing budget. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's a question or a comment.
Okay, well, but sorry.
But that's kind of like a wishes were horses, beggars would ride kind of comment.
But we do have as council an opportunity as so the province is uploading $5 million a year over 4 years, so 5, 10, which is 15, and adding to that. By year 4, it will be $50 million a year that will be uploaded, and out of that, you know, we could continue to add $2 million and make it an $8 million out of $50 million investment. Just say.
We can do anything.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean we will or we should. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Deans, because the way that this was going to work, we're going to go to questions and that, but we've kind of got off track, I think, a little bit. A lot of good questions, but I'll put it back in the order and then you'll be after Councillor Deans. Okay?
Okay, I do have some questions, so I'm going to go with questions now, and then I'm going to speak about some of these things after. Is that okay? Okay. I just want to be clear about the funding itself and if there's strings attached to this funding and if there's a component that the municipality is required to put in order to access these funds.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're limited to how much funding we can provide to any given project. There's a general formula that we have to follow, so it basically tells us that on average, we can't provide more than $120,000 per unit across the city, and no unit can exceed more than $150,000 in IEH funding. Now, the next part of that is that we have to meet certain affordability targets. So units have to be less than 80% of the average market rent as determined by CMHC as well. It's been our experience that when trying to achieve both the affordability targets and the funding model that's been given to us, we require the city funding to make sure that the projects are viable. If we don't have that additional city funding, then that $120,000 that would go towards the capital cost, it starts getting chipped away towards paying for fees and other soft costs related to the project. And then there's a mortgage on top of that helps housing providers complete the project. And if you just sometimes do the simple math and add up property taxes and your mortgage costs, that could often exceed the rent that most tenants can afford to pay in the building, and then we're not meeting our requirements under the program. So those are the strings that are attached. Other strings include annual monitoring. So we do check the rents on these projects annually. We receive their audited financial statements. There's other targets that we report back to on the province. It depends on any given year of funding and any specific requirements the province or the federal government may have, but there are those ongoing requirements. The other requirement is that all units must be self-contained. So we're not permitted to build rooming house units. All units must have, must be at minimum a bachelor unit that you'd see in the marketplace. So we can't build a series of rooms with a shared bathroom. That would not be permitted under the program.
Okay, and if you're building a unit for a family or you're building a unit for an individual, it's still the same thresholds in terms of the amount of money?
Yes, correct. So the funding would actually work better for individuals. So when we're building supportive housing, it works fairly well, especially with the charitable sector. We're able to get the units to be quite affordable. It is more challenging when we build larger projects and larger units, and that's why we tend to move towards that mixed composition housing that we had discussed, where we have a mix of units appropriate for families and then smaller units, because that helps improve the operating revenues for our housing providers so that they can be financially sustainable in the long run.
Okay, and the funds can be used for renovations and administrative costs as well?
Yeah, there's a slight nuance here. So the funds can be used if we bought a private sector rental apartment building or any other type of building and renovated it for affordable housing. We are not allowed to use the funds to renovate any social housing whatsoever. So there's very strict rules from the province on that. We could add to the social housing stock, but we are not permitted to renovate the existing stock with that funding.
Okay, I understand. And administrative costs are permitted?
The administrative costs are permitted. They're formula driven under the guidelines, and they're permitted under the program.
Okay. So I'm interested in this whole concept that the phrase you coined, mixed composition of affordable rental housing. It's my personal view that we shouldn't be building whole buildings and putting people that need affordable housing rentals all in the same place. And when we've done that, that's kind of the housing strategies of the past, and I think we need to get away from that. So I'm interested in this notion of per unit cost. I know that developers, when they're building communities, you can buy a cheaper unit from a plan than you can from once the unit's built, because they need to get their funding in advance, and they need a certain number of units committed to be built before they can actually get their financing in place to go ahead. So I'm just wondering if we've ever considered as a municipality working with developers to purchase, maybe pre-purchase from plans, or even at the other end of the development, remnant units that they have left, that we could fit into the per unit cost that we're assigned by the upper tier governments, but so we would scatter these units throughout communities as opposed to having them all in one place.
We've had there's one project that comes to mind where we did purchase units directly from a developer. That was, again, with Multi-Faith Housing Initiative. We do work with developers as much as we can. We are constrained by timelines, however. So often our housing providers may come to us with a plan with a developer where they're looking at purchasing units, and there could be cost savings there. But if it can't line up with the timelines required under the program, then we're unable to fund that specific program. However, we do continue to work with the private sector and with our not-for-profit partners to look for opportunities like that, especially with the market softening now. We think there could be more opportunities where developers will be more interested to work with us to do exactly what you're saying.
And would we have any problem getting ministerial consent to buy one-off units throughout a development?
I don't think that we'd have problems. Legally, we'd have to structure it a certain way, and that can be done, but it is something that we are looking at. It is a possibility, yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Did you have any other comments, too? That's it? Because I'm not... Who else wants to comment after the questions? I have questions still from Councillor Tierney. Councillor Fleury, are you here to say anything?
I'm intrigued by the questions, and I'm here from an OCH perspective.
Perfect. I figured that. I know about you, Councillor Kadri. and Councillor Blais. Okay, so why don't you, yeah.
Thank you. Well, I must say, seeing Matthew here from OCH and I'm here from CPS, I mean, we all have an interest in housing, so I would like to make sure that this report makes its way to CPS committee members as well, because we've kind of got this interesting breakdown of how we address housing issues in this city. It's sort of scattered all over the place. Having said that, I think this is obviously important, what we're doing, and very supportable, and I would certainly recommend support for this initiative. But I also think that this is a good jumping off point for us to consider our overall housing strategy, and for this council, we're at the start of a term, to really think about what we want to do in the future with housing. And I think now is the time to create a more comprehensive vision for a housing strategy and to make Ottawa a leader. And when I was asking those questions earlier, the reason I'm asking is because I think housing strategies of the past have tended to ghettoize communities. I have Heatherington in my ward, for example, that is really too much low-income housing in one area, and that creates a domino effect of problems down the line. And not only do I think we need to be building affordable housing units, which we do, but I also think as a council, we need to turn our sights to how we're going to address those existing pockets of poverty that create issues around healthy environments, create issues around safe communities, and I think we really need to start looking at how we're going to lift up those communities. So when we get to the discussion of strategic initiatives, I'm going to be talking to this council about looking at those existing communities and how we as a council should be looking to start transitioning those. Across North America, cities are doing that, and this city is not. And I think it's time when we have a mayor that's very committed to housing, we have a council that's committed to housing, and so I think it's really time that we start thinking about the broader issues in housing and how we're going to make a difference in the lives of communities and make sure every community is a healthy and safe place for people to live. So I just sort of give you notice that that's what I'm thinking about, and I'm hoping everyone else is thinking about that too when we get to strategic initiatives.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tierney, and then Councillor Kadri, and then Councillor Fleury, and then Councillor Blais. Has anybody not spoken that wants to? Just Councillor Cloutier. You're good? Okay. Councillor Vice Chair Tierney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Councillor Deans. She's stolen all my points off my screen here, by the way. I want to say, that I think that was one of the big failures of amalgamation back in the day is they've left all these arms lying around. We've got Ottawa Community Housing with their almost 15,000 stock, and then you have Gloucester on one side and Nepean and flanked by Canada. Obviously, there'd be more power working together and the ability to be able to make those determinations on where the housing needs are most important. So that being said, I guess my one question would be, well, I have a couple, but the one question in my mind is the determinations on where this housing goes, and I know you've pretty much covered it off in a lot of the other questions. How's that fed in to you guys? Because as we know, Ottawa Community Housing probably has the largest stick because they have the largest stock and they cover a certain area. What if someone in the Gloucester region, for example, what if we're looking for new stock in that area? How does that filter into the process?
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair. We've got some constraints when choosing projects. So we've always got a limited number of projects that we can choose from. If I start with Ottawa Community Housing, they would typically have their own set of plans that they would decide what they'd like to move on this year or next year. Gloucester may or may not have a project. We try to keep our ear to the ground so we know what projects are out there in the community. Then as a city, we have our own lands that we may hold and make available for housing at the same time. Now, given our priority, we typically issue an RFP with or without land, and we'll receive proposals that look at that. We will try to pick the best proposal in the best location, but we don't necessarily have first choice of land per se when it comes to, if we need housing in Gloucester. If we don't own a piece of land in Gloucester, and if Gloucester Not-for-Profit Housing, let's say they don't have a piece of land that's readily available for development, then we may not get to build anything there until something comes available. But just to add on that, but we are actively looking for land, and we do have other programs such as the Surplus Federal Real Property for Homelessness Initiative, it's a long title, with the federal government, where we do occasionally apply to the federal government for grants to purchase lands in strategic areas of the city. So, we're actively looking, but given our budget and some constraints with building affordable housing, we don't have prime choices all the time to be exactly where we want to be.
Great, and thank you. And I think that highlights exactly what Councillor Deans was saying. it feels like, we're the old regional government style, and there's no real, we're not working collectively as a city. So I do support Diane's initiative on that. I think that's a good one. Another question that was raised by Councillor Hubley in regards to, whether it's townhomes or whatever the case may be. When I was on the Ottawa Community Housing Board, one of the frustrations we always had was when you'd have a larger family that was in need, using a home. And then it went down to maybe one person or two people within there. And I know this is more of a CPS-related question, but I think it plays to the planning side as well. Have we been given any more powers to be able to say, okay, you know what, you only have one person living in the house, maybe you can go to a smaller unit and free that up for a larger family?
So under the social housing legislation, there's a certain process for overhoused clients or tenants. It is a fairly lengthy process, but we actively promote that process and we actively work on it. What will happen ultimately if a person chooses not to vacate their unit, despite asking them to be on the list for smaller units and so forth. And it's often a community in which they've grown up for 30 years and raised their family and all the rest of it, and we understand that. And if there's no single unit or single bedroom unit, it means leaving their community. So there's different things to consider. However, if they choose to stay there, what would happen is they would go from being a rent geared to income situation to full market rent. And then the RTA, the Residential Tenancy Act, kicks in, and there's no way to evict someone under the RTA who's paying full market rent. So the policies, the legislation supports certain actions, but not others. However, in most cases, people do vacate their unit over a period of time.
And that's good to hear, but from a citywide perspective, not just OCH,
yes.
How much of a problem is it? Is it something that you deal with on a regular basis? I remember from the OCH perspective, and again, I was very confused when I was put on the OCH board when I had Gloucester Housing in my area back in the day, trying to figure out, wow, there's so many individual providers. From a citywide perspective, do you see that a lot, especially in the Gloucester and the P and Canada areas where, frankly, there's a lot of townhomes, and, I'd rather see families in there that need those places. Mm-hmm. Is it a big issue?
I wouldn't say it is as prevalent as we might think. I don't have, there is a stat, I don't have it with me today, but I can certainly get that information and get it out to council. And if I may go back to your earlier point around strategies and working together, we just recently, under the 10-year Housing and Homeless plan, launched an interdepartmental committee. And we have, I think, 12 departments sitting together talking about the 10-year plan and how we want to move that forward in a strategic way. And that includes people from real estate and planning and communication and public health and all the rest of the group, so that we can look at the decisions that are made in other departments, how they affect the plan, and what we're trying to do in the plan, and look for opportunities. So we're moving along those lines. We're also developing strategic planning for this social housing providers to come together and look at opportunities to work together, leverage their resources, and get some economies of scales. And those are two things that are presently underway to encourage exactly what you and Councillor Deans are talking about.
And that's really good to hear. And again, when I was on OCH back in the day, I know they put in a great software system, the Northgate system, and to be able to actually and put a little bit of extra scalability on there to help out the other providers like the Gloucesters and the PNs that don't have those resources. So again, I support Councillor Deans' wanting to push ahead and trying to get everyone put together on this one. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Tierney. We go now to Councillor Kadri, then Councillor Fleury, then Councillor Blais, and then that's it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just a question, and you mentioned accessibility a couple of times in your presentation. Are we looking at renovating existing units that we have in our jurisdiction in terms of that Accessibility to Ontario Act? And if so, have we figured out a cost to that accessibility item?
Through you, Madam Chair, this funding can't be used to renovate existing social housing units to be accessible. So in these cases, there are new units that are built that are wheelchair accessible at the design stage and then through construction.
So that's for the new builds, though, right?
That's right. So the renovations would be the programs for homeowners or renters with private landlords who would like to apply for smaller grants usually to modify their bathroom or provide a ramp into the unit. That's through Ontario Renovates, but when we talk about the capital funding, that's only for new units. We cannot use it to modify for accessibility any social housing. So.
And why would that be? Why wouldn't accessibility, especially now that it's mandated to the Ontario Act, to say that we could not use our capital dollars to make our current units as well as new units to be accessible going forward?
Well, the way that the federal and provincial governments view it is they'll call that stacking of funding. So they would say back in 1975 or whatever, when we received funding to build some of the older social housing, that funding should be sufficient with whatever operating dollars we're receiving to meet our obligations. When we receive the new funding, we have to apply it to new units to create new, to add to the stock. We're not allowed to, in any way, to put it towards social housing.
Just under the earlier comment around the HHIP, there was $2 million set aside for repairs to social housing, and there was 3 priorities. The top one was safety, the second one was accessibility, and the third one escapes me right now. So we, as a council, you are putting additional funding into increasing accessibility in social housing, and of the subsidies we currently put forward, there's a large percentage for repairs, and those are facts that we can go back and query the system and look at how much is going towards improving accessibility and visitability in the units. And as you are aware, we just currently exempted OCH from taxes worth, with $3.1 million worth. Some of that would go towards accessibility, increasing accessibility, and those are that's information that I can go back and query through a system that tracks the repairs and the ongoing need for repairs as well, which we know is quite significant as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, it's more of a comment than a question. So we have to realize that today we're being asked, and that's the reason why it's at planning, is with regards to capital investments from provincial and federal partners. There's not we all need to work together, so there's a role for CPS, there's a role for OCH, there's a role for CCOC, there's a role for land use planning above and beyond the capital investments. OCH specifically has different policies in place for overhoused or for meeting the registry targets and the priority listings. We also, from a portfolio standpoint, are looking at what we can do to make our communities more diverse, but also to respond to the housing needs of today. And that's a strategy that we're going to see evolved later this year. I think these investments are important. They're important to from a housing needs standpoint, but also to respond to some of the backlog on the homelessness front, and that we're seeing specifically in areas of the market where we want to see emergency shelters go back to the core of the service, which are emergency, nature, and stay, and not seeing longer term. And we've seen progress. We don't see people as much on the street not housed, but we need to continue to bridge that. And I think key investments in a strategy like the investment in affordable housing will do a significant impact in seeing those progress. So just wanted to bring that to the table, but reaffirm the importance of not working in silos, that every part of the city and outside the city have a role to play in addressing some of our affordable housing challenges.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor Blais.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Wanted to build on the comments from Councillor Deans relating to partnerships with the home building industry. I found it odd that you have problems with your timing, because in the 4 years I've represented Cumberland, there's never once been a period of non-growth. I think the same is probably true in places like Riverside South and Barrhaven. There are always housing projects that are either in the process of being built or in the process of being planned and registered. And I know, working with Cumberland Housing right now, there is interest from both their side and perhaps even home builder side of buying a whole block of 6 towns or a whole block of 6 back-to-backs. And if you buy it pre-registration, you can qualify for the DC discount, discounts on building permits, so you can actually drive the purchase price of the unit down, and therefore actually be able to offer it more affordably. So I'm wondering, 1, if you're looking at that, 2, why not, and 3, how is it that you haven't been able to match up the timing? Because there's always housing being built.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We are currently working with Cumberland on their plan to purchase townhomes in your ward, Councillor. With respect to previous timing, we had very specific priorities last term of council. One, for example, was that we were required to develop lands that we had received from the federal government within an 18-month period. That was at 800 Montreal Road, so we had to move ahead with that. We had the Longfield site in Barrhaven, where we had to move ahead with quite quickly as well. And prior to that, we were required, or under the official plan, we needed to fund new supportive housing projects. So we funded 3 projects totaling 112 units across the city. When we did have an RFP open for 800 Montreal Road, there was room for Cumberland to apply, but they weren't ready at that time.
Yes, so I guess my question isn't specific to Cumberland. Yep. My question was, Councillor Tierney raised Gloucester. Riverside South is in the old city of Gloucester. Barrhaven's in the old city of Nepean. Orleans, a good chunk of it's in the old city of Cumberland. There has not been a single moment in the last 4 years where there hasn't been a block of townhomes being built or planned in either 3 of those neighborhoods. I can guarantee you of that. If you buy a block of 6 towns, you're going to get like a 10 or 15% cut from the builder, and you're going to qualify for the DC waivers and the building permit fee. So you take a $250,000 townhome and you drive it down below $180,000.
Through you, Madam Chair. Any not-for-profit can apply to our RFP process to do that. So when we did have an RFP open a couple of years ago, there was room, but we didn't receive any applications. For each agency, it would have to make financial sense for them to have townhomes that are within a strategic location, so they could find cost efficiencies for maintenance and ongoing administration for those units. And like I said, we are working with Cumberland, but any not-for-profit can apply to us when we release our RFPs for these projects. We just haven't been getting proposals from the sector, either the private sector or not-for-profits, for the situation that you're describing.
Okay, so has a primer been built on this model to hand to them? Do they know they get DC discounts or can qualify for them? Do they know they'll get building permit discounts? Do they know that most, and I don't want to speak for the building community, but many will offer discounts for block purchase pre-sale, right? So is there a primer for them so that they have this option to discuss when they're making their decisions?
Yes, we do have information sessions, and we do invite the home builders and all private developers to those sessions to discuss the incentives that are available. And the not-for-profit sector is very aware of all those incentives as well.
What's happening with the multi-faith housing initiative at the Rockcliffe Air Base, the redevelopment for housing for veterans who are in distress or in need of housing?
Okay. Currently, what we're aware of is that multi-faith housing has maybe lobbied the federal government to request that they provide land and funding at the Rockcliffe Air Base for housing. They have not approached the city and asked us for any funding or assistance for that particular project. With respect to Canada Lands Company, in our discussions with them, we don't think that any land will be available this year for such a project. Their phasing is such that they're looking at lower density buildings for the first phase of their project to commence next year, and then over a 15-year period they'll look at building out the rest of the
So have we taken a policy decision that it's a good idea to have social or affordable housing within that development?
We are currently discussing with Canada Lands Company options to acquire land at the Rockcliffe Air Base for affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much for your presentation and everyone's questions and suggestions and interest. So on the item, investment in affordable housing for Ontario, is that carried? Carried, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go on to our next item held, and we have a staff presentation on this. It's the zoning and plan of subdivision for 6279 Fernbank Road in Stittsville. Welcome, everybody. Mr. Petty, Lily, and David Wise.
Good morning. I just wanted to make a few introductory comments before Lily jumps into her presentation. This is a refusal report, but I would suggest it's not your traditional refusal report. This is the purpose that we're here this morning is to help formulate and inform committee on an upcoming OMB appeal hearing in which we're looking for council support, committee and council support of the staff position. The parcel of land that we're looking at this morning as part of this presentation is within the general urban area, and in principle staff support the development of this site. The challenge with this particular file relates to some of the hydro-G, geotechnical, stormwater issues that I'm sure committee's familiar with most of our applications. Those tend to be the challenge and the pinch points of a lot of our developments. So there's a theme of what staff feels not sufficient information in order for us to make educated decisions with respect to the development of this site. And we're looking forward to receiving that information so that we can proceed with good, cost-effective, and responsible development. The report speaks to information being received through the time period where the report made it through to committee and council. Staff have yet to finalize our comments, and I'm hopeful that in advance of that OMB hearing we can resolve it. But I'm hopeful on a lot of things, and we hope we'll have some of those discussions with the applicant and their consulting engineers in advance of that appeal hearing. So I'd like to introduce Lily Zhu, who will be presenting some details on the site, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions once she's done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. The item in front of us right now is the zoning and the subdivision for 6279 Fernbank Road. The site is located to the north of Fernbank Road and the west of Stittsville Main Street in the Stittsville community. The site has access to two other local roads, Elm Crescent and Porter Street. Surrounding the site to the west is a city-owned wetland that has a designation as urban natural feature under the official plan. To the north, east, and south are the existing residential areas, also known as the Cypress Gardens Phase 1 and 2. The property has an area of under 7 hectares. It was undeveloped and a tree permit was issued by the city early this year. So here are some on-site photos. The first one is looking from Elm Crescent. The site contains a typical wetland vegetation, including shrubs, meadow marshes, and a thicket swamp, as well as upland forest. This photo is looking from the site along Fernback Road, and cattails are typical wetland vegetation as well. Here it shows ponding near Porter Street. More ponding. And a further look into the upland forest area. The last photo was taken after the tree removal permit was issued, and you can tell from the picture that some vegetation has been removed. The site is designated as a general urban area under the official plan. It is zoned a residential first density zone, with a small portion being zoned as environmental protection. It's necessary to bring up some background here. The site was once designated provincially significant wetland. The official plan at that time designated a portion of the land significant wetland correspondingly. The area of environmental protection zone was also zoned at that time. In 2003, an OMB decision was made to remove the provincially significant wetland designation. The official plan was later then amended to redesignate the site as general urban area. However, the environmental protection zone was never changed. The nature of the proposal is to develop a residential subdivision of 23 singles, 26 semis, and 100 townhouses for a total of 139 units, as shown on the latest draft plan. Vehicular accesses are proposed to be from Elm Crescent and Porter Street. Rezoning is also being sought to rezone the land from residential first density and environmental protection zones to a residential third density zone with exceptions. A number of issues have been identified during the review of the application. One of the key issues regarding the potential impact onto the adjacent urban natural feature. Due to the close proximity, the development has the potential to change the surface and the groundwater flows, which may cause disruptions to the wetland and its habitats. Staff are not confident that the proposal has demonstrated that there will not be any negative impacts to the urban natural feature. The other key issue is regarding the potential flooding risk to the neighboring properties. The site is very constrained by a significant grading raise, a limited downstream stormwater sewer capacity. The surrounding area had serious problems with flooding in the past. Staff are not satisfied with the proposed servicing solution and are concerned that the proposal may increase the flooding risk, especially in the neighboring area. Further, staff have provided technical comments since August 2013, requesting additional information and updated reports. It is acknowledged that some of the additional materials were received recently. Staff conducted a quick review of the new information, but are still not convinced that the above two concerns have been properly addressed. As a conclusion, staff recommends the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and the plan of subdivision be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm just wondering, do we want to go to the public delegation first, or do you want questions first?
If you have a question, I'd like to go to questions first, because Councillor Kubley has a question, and then we'll go to public delegations.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation, Ms. Zhu, and to the rest of the staff. The concern I have is, all through this discussion, I've heard from residents as well as from other individuals about what are the studies that the staff is looking for. What has not been, you mentioned a couple of reasons here, but are there other implications that staff have identified through either engineering or through planning mechanism that have not been addressed with the reports that were submitted previously?
What the pictures of the site tells about the site is the site has a function of holding amount of water from the surrounding area. And this is very unique for the site. Therefore, the drainage pattern of the site has to be carefully examined. Staff's intent was looking for information. So we are looking for sufficient information to demonstrate, number one, we want to understand what's the current flow pattern of the site and the surrounding area, including the wetland urban natural feature, which is adjacent to the site. Then the next information staff is looking for is whether the proposed development and its servicing solution can actually not cause any negative impact onto the urban natural feature, as well as to manage its on-site stormwater properly. To date, we're not satisfied.
Thank you for that, Ms. Yu. And in terms of flooding in that area, even back in 2009, was there major flooding happening in this area in terms of the surrounding properties, the surrounding development?
We understand there to be significant flooding in the neighboring community to the east, I believe. Yes, back in 2008, 2009.
Thank you, Phil. Maybe Mr. Damien have some comments, additional comments?
Yes, there were a few recorded flooding incidents.
Mr. Whitaker, before you start, could you just explain who you are and what your credentials are?
Sure. Committee, my name is Damien Whitaker, Senior Engineer, Development Review, Suburban West. I am a city staff member responsible to review technical reports related to engineering for the subdivision application, the zoning application. To answer the councillor's question, there were some flooding incidences adjacent and near this application for subdivision.
And that is prior to this application coming forward, obviously in 2009. Has the city seen any other application on this property in previous times? I'm talking 2003 or 2010 or 11. Were there any applications put forward by the proponent on this property, either similar to or maybe deviant or different from the current applications?
Well, through the original submission that came in June 2013, environmental impact statement was prepared at that time, and that environmental impact statement recommends a 70-meter environmental buffer adjacent to the urban natural feature and 45 single detached lots. Staff was very puzzled at the first time when seeing this original submission was inconsistent with the proposed draft plan, and that's one of the fundamental reason and a component of the technical comments that the staff put forward in August 2013.
Thank you for that, Ms. Xu again. And in terms of, I know we held a public meeting in the community that I thought was very well attended, well over 100 residents participated in that. What were some of the comments, if you can sort of just briefly identify to the committee from the community coming back?
Communities are very concerned regarding a number of issues. So the first one is the flooding history in the neighboring properties. I have received many photos from the residents, which shows the picture of when their basements are flooded, and also the streets are being the ponding area during the July 2009 major rainfall event. In addition to the flooding risk, people are also concerned with the existing wildlife living in that area, because currently it's functioning as a component or part of the wetland ecosystem. There are a number of wildlife living there. Some of them may be endangered species, but still yet to be confirmed. The next concern from the community is regarding the traffic generation. The original draft plan proposes 140 units. The latest plan shows 149, so it's not a significant change. But the original plan shows one access only from Elm Crescent. The transportation study did conclude that the access and the surrounding local streets, as well as Statesville Main Street, are capable of handling the proposed density. And that conclusion has been confirmed by internal staff in terms of the road capacity. Therefore, staff didn't raise the transportation capacity as an issue at the OMB hearing. Then I have talked about three issues. The fourth issue is regarding the density and the proposed zoning for the site. A large number of the community members are believing that the site should be consistent with the surrounding area, which is first density residential zone, while the applicant is proposing residential third density zone. Staff had discussed that with the applicant and suggested keeping the lots adjacent back into the existing homes as single detached homes, so that a better compatibility will be achieved.
Thank you again, Ms. Xu. And sorry?
How many more questions?
Well, I've got one more question for this round, and I've got a couple more questions in the following discussion.
Sorry?
I also have a couple more questions in the following discussions with the proponent, for example, their presentation. So for this group, I have just one more question.
Of the staff?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm just for everyone's information, I'm going to Councillor Huber because he has to leave for a meeting at 11:30, and then we're going directly to our delegation, and then we'll come back because I have others with questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the piece of property that is we're talking about today in 6279 Fernbank, that property, in terms of the size of it, is, you mentioned the size and everything. The issue, though, is in terms of the community saying that it is considered wetland, yet the staff is suggesting that it was provincially significant back a number of years ago, then it became into the urban designation. In terms of that urban designation, it came in with an R1 zoning, and I know staff has raised that concern in terms of the density of the project going forward. Is that still staff's concern in terms of the density that is being applied for as an R3?
Looking at the proposed density or zoning, if considering it in isolation of all other issues, it will be considered appropriate because this is a general urban area, and our official plan policies do encourage intensification and infill development within established communities where infrastructure are available. However, the other issues as specified under Section 4 of the official plan regarding the review of the environmental protection and the stormwater management has to be satisfied.
Thank you, Ms. Xu, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Huber?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Councillor Caudry's questions too, I'm curious because you said the OMB ruled that it's not a significant wetland, yet I heard multiple references there to that it's part of the wetland. I think if I'm quoting you properly, you said there's likely endangered species on there. How did the OMB not rule that as wetland or significant property that we would want to do something with?
Provincially significant wetland is a destination. It has to be evaluated by accredited professionals like environmental planners to review the site and do a checklist of all the criteria. So during the 2003 OMB hearing, a decision was made that the site does not qualify as a provincially significant wetland, so that destination was removed. However, that doesn't change the matter of the fact that the site is still a wetland. It's just not significant.
Well, it also does change the question, because if you've got a ruling that it's not significant wetland, I would assume that they must have said as part of that there was no endangered species, or at least not species that we couldn't find some mitigation for should that land be developed. Is that not correct? Like, I don't understand why we're still going under the assumption that this is significant wetland if we've got a ruling that it's not. That's the part I'm having trouble with on that.
In terms of endangered...
Madam Chair, if I can intervene. So the board's decision was not based very much on the actual physical characteristics of the land. The board went into the history of development applications that had taken place, had looked at the findings that had been made by individuals as they had walked through the areas, and agreements had been entered into between the parties at the time. The board, in its decision, placed a lot of weight on the fact that certain understandings had been reached by individuals in the past, and the board, in reaching this decision, placed emphasis on those understandings without actually making analysis of the physical characteristics of the land.
So, Mr. Mark, if we had concerns that there's some value to the wetland, or protecting the wetland, or the species that are in there, wouldn't the normal course of action be that we would try to protect that land, possibly buy that land, and we would not be in any discussions at all to develop it? Because over the years since that ruling, from what I'm reading in the documentation here, we've asked for the proponent to spend an awful lot of money on, I don't know how many different traffic studies and different kinds of studies on this property. So I'm kind of confused here and hoping for some clarification as to why, if it's wet and endangered, why we just didn't go for an agreement to protect it as an urban natural feature or whatever, and stop the discussion of development. Or if it's not, if it's been deemed not, why are we not coming to some agreement? I think this proposal is 150 units. If it's not 150, what is the number that's acceptable on that property?
So there was, Chair, there was a time when the city was looking at acquiring the lands, and there were discussions that took place. Ultimately, a few years back, I can't remember the exact date, staff brought forward a report outlining the limited funds that were available to the city for the acquisition of lands that were in need of protection, and the report identified lands that would be acquired, and then the report also identified lands that would not be acquired. And these fell into the category of lands that would not be acquired, Madam Chair.
So they should be developed?
Subject to them satisfying the necessary tests that the lands can, in fact, be developed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. Let me put it this way, I'm trying to find the right words for this. So am I correct in saying that this land then can be developed, that what the question is how many units on there, and what we're going to do for flood mitigation, which of course is a very important issue in that area, but we seem to have the technology and the expertise to deal with that quite well, I would think, now. So is that what this boils down to, is just how many units is acceptable? And that's what we're going to go to the OMB to find an answer on?
It's less about the what, and it's more about the how. How we're going to protect what we need to protect, and whether it's the public, the natural urban feature, properties downstream, which do have some capacity issues. So, as I mentioned in my introductory comments, it's not whether we in principle support the development of the site. It's we need to do it responsibly and in considering the stormwater, the natural flows, and we don't ultimately want to sacrifice natural urban feature. So that's what we're trying to accomplish in the discussions with the proponent.
So we're back to, we want to protect a piece of this. So then tell me how these different traffic studies affect that. Like, why are we asking for traffic studies when it sounds like we should really be more focused on drainage and what's developable and what's not?
Through the chair, Councillor Hubley. I agree. As part of the subdivision application process, we are obligated to request a number of studies, a number of technical studies, including the transportation studies, as part of the regular review process. So that's a standard process that we must all go through. The challenge that we have with this particular piece of property is that, leaving aside the question of how this property can be developed, there is a concern amongst staff, certainly amongst the professional reviewers that we have had looking at this, that this site may have impacts on adjacent properties. It may have impacts on the adjacent urban natural feature. It may have impact on the adjacent properties. That is something that we are having a professional disagreement with the applicants about, concerning whether or not they have demonstrated that their site can in fact be reasonably developed to the intensity that they would like to develop it to. So with respect to the transportation studies, those are standard studies that we would request of all of those, but the meat of this is concerning the demonstration of the adequacy of servicing and also the interest in terms of minimization of public risk, both to adjacent landowners, private landowners, and also to other lands, which in this case are considered to be provincially significant wetland, the urban natural feature adjacent.
Other lands outside of this piece of property?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So just following up that one question that Councillor Hubley asked about the numbers, and I think you came back and said that, Mr. Wise, that you were in a disagreement about the numbers that could be. Is that right? Did I hear you say that?
Sure, that's right. And I think we all have to recall, and I'm sure that Tim can explain this much more coherently than I can, but certainly the applicants have a right. The lands are designated R1, official plan designation, urban area. So certainly, as it stands right now, they have an as of right ability to develop under the R1 zoning designation. The question is what is the intensification that we would allow to happen? They can build one unit, as it is right now. The applicant would like to rezone the land to R3, permit a much higher intensity of development, certainly 149 units. That may, or as Ms. Xu indicated, that may or may not be compliant with the official plan designation. We have to look at that. We have to review the studies, but certainly, under the Planning Act, the responsibility of the applicant is to demonstrate the adequacy of servicing to the satisfaction of the public review agency. And that is the issue as to whether that adequacy of servicing has been demonstrated to support the intensity of development that they would like to do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blake?
Sure. So at 100 and some odd units, 146 units, what's the net density per hectare for the proposal?
The site is about under 7 hectares, so it will be slightly over 23 units per net hectare.
So if our OP target is 34 units per hectare, and this is only 23 units per hectare, how can it not be in compliance with the official plan? It's 10 units low. I wish every neighborhood in Orleans was 23 units per hectare. It would solve all my problems.
Sorry that I interrupted you just now. The OPC policy regarding 34 units per net hectare is for urban expansion areas, and this site is not urban expansion areas. Therefore, that policy does not apply.
So what policy does apply on density?
It's general policies under the official plan for a general urban area.
Which is?
Which is section 3.6.5.
Sure, but I guess my question is, all the suburban communities had density targets lower than 34 but higher than 20, whatever you just said, pre-whatever OP. It was like 28 or 27 before, right? So this is even below the 27 or 28. So why isn't it not in compliance?
Well, number one, the issue is not the density. Number two is there are some lands within the city that are not defined under the official plan for minimum density.
Okay, so just to be clear, the issue is not intensity, because one of the issues that this gentleman just said in response to Alan Hubley was that intensity or density was in fact one of the issues. So is it an issue or is it not an issue?
So, Madam Chair, if I can again assist, the community has put density of the development as an issue in front of the Ontario Municipal Board. This was not an issue upon which the city was going to be leading evidence.
Okay, so what issues are we going to be bringing evidence to the OMB on? What is our case?
Largely drainage and impact on the urban natural feature.
Okay. So as I understand the plan, I'm on the plan, the slide, a couple slides before this. No, before. Okay, so in this plan, the urban natural feature is to the left and down in the white void. So that to me looks like towns backing onto woodland. Are there any cases in the city of Ottawa where we have townhomes backing onto woodland? I imagine the answer is yes. Okay, so how is it that this proposal impacts that urban feature differently than any of these other subdivisions we have backing onto urban natural features?
Madam Chair and Councillor, the site has a very high groundwater level, which is under a meter below the ground, so which you can't really put a basement based on the current grading. The proposed servicing solution is requesting to raise the land for about 3.5 meters, and that's over a story above the existing grading. Once the land is raised, all those water flowing from the site will have to find a place to go to. That's the first reason. The other reason is that currently, as I mentioned, the site holds some water from the surrounding area, and this is confirmed by some of the recent reports from the consultants that are working for the applicant. If the site is holding the water from the surrounding area, including the urban natural feature, and once we raise the land, then the water needs to go to somewhere.
I'm fine. So they have not proposed a solution to the stormwater. Their solution is to hold the water in the urban feature.
That's part of the solution, which staff disagree with.
What's the other?
Let's wait till they come up and they can tell us. Okay, I don't want.
Sorry, it's very rare for a subdivision to actually have to come to committee. I'm trying to figure out how that actually happens because.
It happened quite a bit in the last term.
Yeah.
We even had some site plans, if you remember.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm going to stick by my rules. Councillor Nussbaum, Councillor Liepert, well, Councillor Nussbaum after we go through. We have two people from the community. First one up is, what did I do with that? Caldine. I've been anxious to see. Caldine Fitzgerald. Welcome.
I just sent out some papers, a comment sheet, just talking points. I'm not going to stick precisely to it because you've already read it, or we'll be able to later. That's not one of the pictures I sent in. Oh, that's probably a Gillian picture. Can we find... Okay. I wanted to show this. Sorry.
Then it'll be one of these two.
Fitzgerald, I can't read from here. Yeah. That's one of them. I wanted to start with this one. Sorry about this. I'm very out of date on these things. Used to work with flip charts. I imagine some of you remember them.
Is it that first one?
That's the one I want to start with. Thank you. Just to put it in a little bit more context, and especially for, I think it was Councillor Blay who was having trouble understanding the community's concern. Here we are. This area in the middle is the site in question, and to the left of it is UNF. They're all very connected. I mean, there's no wall underneath these sites separating them. Similarly, there's no wall stretching down in the earth between the site and the surrounding community. Now, the community up here, and sorry I'm making you turn around, I had hoped the mouse would work on it. The community up here and all around here is known as Cypress Gardens 1. All the homes there were built in the 50s and 60s and a couple in the very early 70s. Our house is this one. It's a bungalow. The house next to it is a bungalow. The pad that they've mentioned of fill, 3.5 meters plus high, if you stand over here and look at it, you just see the peak of our roof. Now we're going to have behind us 3 houses, according to the plan, which will mean we can say goodbye to seeing the sky from when we sit in the house and the trees, etc. This land itself, I will show you, bring another picture up shortly and show you, but it's extremely wet. There's a stream, I think you can, it's very faint on this. This is a soccer field and stuff for Coyote Park, Westridge, and there is a stream. As I say, it's very faint up here, but if you look at your screen, you'll see you'll see a bit better. There's a stream which winds around here and out here. Now, shortly I'll show you the third of my slides to show you what this stream looked like at this end of it yesterday. It's not been a very wet spring, and there's a lot of water there. Along here we have a few 3 two-story houses and more bungalows. These are all bungalows on meadowland. There's a rise here. It's part of an esker, which starts approximately in our backyard, and it goes around, and then it dips again. There are 3 houses down here. The one at this end is very low. I think it's even lower than ours. When we first moved out here 35 years ago, this was the last house along. Along here you've got Cypress Gardens 2, and these 2 or 3 houses here, which will be impacted also, are very large 2-story houses. There's quite a significant difference between Cypress Gardens 1 and Cypress Gardens 2. Now, there are also 5 houses here which were built in the mid-70s. These houses are all much older. Our house was built in the early 60s. This is very wet, not just here, but there are ponding areas. When our kids were young, in fact, our second one was born from this house, they used to, for instance, walk out along a fallen birch tree and fall in nearly every time. They'd come back soaked, which shows you that the water was all the way up. The rise here, just behind Meadowland, drops fairly quickly, and it's covered with trees, some of which are over 200 years old, as the city people will tell you. We are afraid, among other things, that if there's a ponding area here, which is one of the proposals, when it overflows, it'll flood into the properties, especially the first one and the second one also, so that will become your stormwater pond, which is not really fair to the existing residents. We will also have it. The other exit, this stream here is very close to this property here on Elm, and it also gets very wet.
Caldine?
Yes.
What I didn't say at the beginning, which is what I say all the time, that everybody gets 5 minutes, and you're past your 5 minutes. So I need you to, I'm going to give you a minute just to say as well as you can the most important things to you.
Okay. Sorry, I had forgotten that.
So did I, obviously.
Welcome as head of the council, the committee, by the way, Jan. We feel that it's a big mistake to do this. There is a lot of flooding. The question came up earlier about flooding. We have pictures which we haven't brought today, but which we did bring. We'll have the OMB showing several inches of flooding at the corner of Elm and Meadowland and all around. The area at the top across from our house looks like a soccer field. It's in fact a water management pond, and that's how it was constructed by Goulburn Township was in charge. Your own staff have recognized the weakness of this. It's wet. It might not be considered significant anymore, but it's still a very wet land. It's a confluence between the Fernbank wetlands and Pool Creek. It's lower than anything else, which is why it has the ponding areas and it keeps the water. I would like to address briefly the official plan. I know it's very important and it's one of your prime considerations, but it is not carved in stone. The developer is trying to change the zoning. We'd like to see the zoning go in the direction it should go and make this environment part of the UNF along with a piece beside it. Those are my important points.
Here's what I'm going to do, okay? You can't talk anymore, make your presentation, because you're well beyond the time, but perhaps Councillor Kadri has a couple of questions specific to what Kaldeen has been talking about you'd like to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kaldeen, for coming out this morning to do a presentation to the committee. You mentioned a couple of concerns. Obviously, one of the major concerns that you or the residents are concerned about is the fact about the flooding in terms of the property itself as well as the surrounding
yes,
properties.
That's correct.
Were you one of the homes that was flooded in 2009?
Yes, we were. We happened to be in the basement at the time. We put in an extension to the house a few years ago under the knowledge that this was environmentally protected. We hadn't understood that it had lost that. We were in the basement, and the new sump hole, which has a French drain system, the water just came up. We had over a foot of water throughout our basement. We were lucky we were insured. We're not insured anymore. Okay. They took that away.
Thank you for that, Kaldeen. And the other question that I have for you is in terms of your concern besides the flooding, because you've expressed that very well, what is your other one concern that you would like to relay to the committee this morning?
We are concerned about we are concerned about traffic, but that's not the big thing. We feel that putting in so many houses with such restricted parking is unfair to people who would be looking at buying out here. The buses exist, but they're very slow, except during rush hour. It's simply unrealistic to expect people to live in Stittsville with only one car. And people tend to have two, a lot of families have three. There's no room for more than one car in the proposal, and it's just not enough.
Thank you very much, Kaldeen. Thank you for coming in this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jane's turn, I think.
Thank you very much. It's nice to meet you today. So Jillian McKim, we've seen a little bit of your presentation already. We'll put that back up for you. And you are you a member? You're the chair, but you're on the Southwest Stittsville Community Association.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the co-chair of Southwest Stittsville Community Association, as well as the resident at 6287 Fernbank. Let me just open that up so I can flip through it. Presentation for me. I'm here today on behalf of my community to support the position of city staff that this committee recommend that council refuses the amendment to the zoning bylaw and refuses the plan of subdivision application for 6279 Fernbank Road. Our community concerns, which have been already expressed to both the community consultation as well as numerous times to our councillor and to the community party, is that there is a serious environmental concern for the existing lands, but also it's a compatibility issue with the surrounding community. You've already heard about the function and the stormwater management issue, so I'm not going to reiterate that, what Ms. Hsu and Ms. Fitzgerald have already addressed for us. Instead, I'm going to speak to the undue adverse current impact to the community caused by site development and the continued impact should this development be allowed to go ahead. Prior to January 15th, the previous slide of greenery is what adjacent existing homes looked out onto at 6279 Fern Bank.
Can I just ask you?
Yeah.
What's the person doing? What are we supposed to be getting from him?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's my son. He's 7, and he's looking at, the slide has, I'm going to apologize.
Yeah, but then the next ones are...
it's a marker. If do we want it? I can go ahead. Yeah. My husband is 6 feet tall.
Okay.
Okay, so the marker behind him is a 4-foot chain link fence. So what he's demonstrating to you at his shoulder height, that he is approximately 5 feet above at the level in the winter. As we progress, that was the roadway that they installed in the previous path. Going ahead, this was the pad that they finished completing 3 days later after they tripled the size of the pad following the well installation. So going back, the pad you can see behind him was the pad that was required when they installed the well to do the site management, for the stormwater management. 3 days later, they came back and tripled the size of their pad. He didn't move space, of course. You can see the difference between his waist and his arms. The pad went to 15 feet, 2 feet off my property line. When the snow melted, that's how high the pad is, graded towards our fence line, 2 feet off our fence. So it's to show when we're talking about undue adverse impact to the community, they've taken this one pad, graded it to 2 feet off our fence line, and they're going to put basements. The footings for the home will start at the top of that pad. So when they talk about the draining impacts and they're going to mitigate this, I'm confused, the community is confused how they're going to mitigate draining into our low-lying backyards and properties if the basements are going to start approximately 15 feet above our backyards. When they came in to do excavations to put in the roads, they were told they could go no lower than 1.5 meters, and as they excavated the roads, the peat and the silty sand, water was coming up through the ground, at which point residents observed that they dug trenches towards 34 Elm Street to redirect the water away from the wetlands and into the residents' backyard. Whether that was their intention or not, that's what they did with their machinery. Within 4 hours of them arriving on January 22nd to start excavation, they cleared over 2 hectares of land that was required, they said, to put in 4 test wells. So the intention, when we go back to undue adverse to the surrounding community, the community reached out to the developer several times in an attempt to have conversations. We requested a 10-meter buffer to allow for privacy as they went ahead with their test wells, and our requests for these buffers were directly ignored, as you can see off our fence lines. The developer shows no interest in working with the community or hearing the concerns of the community, I beg your pardon, but with pushing ahead with their development. And it brings concern because, as we saw on item 9 of the ONB list, that it is a major concern of our community. We talk about the soccer fields in Coyote Park, which is north of the UNF. Right now, those soccer fields are flooded. They are relying on the UNF and the wetlands to drain. They can't drain because the wetlands have now been backfilled with roadways and these massive pads. The water that would normally move through the UNF into the wetlands and out Hemlock to Pool Creek have been inhibited by the compacted soil and aggregate that they've installed. The water is now ponding, creating odor in the back of these homes, and it's becoming to a place where the water is standing and the mosquitoes are starting to breed, which will bring concerns of West Nile to our community.
And you are now over, so if you could wrap
I
up,
apologize.
please.
Yes, of course, of course. Our concern, of course, as a community comes to the size of these pads, and as we talked about, the height of these pads. These houses have all been built in the past since 30 years ago, right? So they've been around since the 70s. They're bungalows. The houses on Elm Street, the roofs are at the level of these pads. There is concern that with these large houses and large number of houses being put in above all the houses, that the R3 designation is it's just too much for the drainage, and it's too much for the look and feel and the integration in the community.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your, just stay there, because I have a couple of questions. So, Mr. Whitaker, I think you've been on site the most of everybody up at the front table there. Who, Lily? Lily's been up there? Yeah. Oh, anyway, here's my question to you. Say that it was R1, sorry, to staff. Say that it was R1, which is what it is, and they were putting in single homes. The height of that, is that the height that the grade will need to be in order to develop there? Or is that specifically due to the pads that we requested that they do the studying on? Are they specifically for the purpose of the pads, and that isn't the grade that would be reflected in the development?
Madam Chair, I'm going to point that question over to Damien.
That's what I thought, so yeah.
Madam Chair, that pad is what the consultant had requested as necessary for a groundwater investigation required for the subdivision. They have provided that to the depth, to a height for the houses. The preliminary understanding that we have from the preliminary grading plan provided is at the top of those pads will be the entry to the houses, that the basements will go down from that elevation.
So, no. If you look at that picture,
yes,
okay, it's very clear. It's just like you said, you saw your husband standing there and the height of it behind. Is it even feasible that a development could be built at that much of a grade higher than the existing? Or is that a false height based on the fact of the work that we've asked them to do, which is a very detailed drilling over an extended period of time? Is that height driven by the drills that will sit on top of them to do the wastewater investigation, or is that actually what the grade will be changed to build the community, if it's built?
Madam Chair, that is the grade that is required, or that is provisionally required for this when the subdivision will go ahead, the top elevation.
Madam Chair, if I could just clarify. The grade that you're seeing right there is the proposed finished grade for the subdivision as is currently being considered for 149 units. So it is private land. They do have the ability to go in and make site alterations. And certainly as long as they were holding within the grounds of the tree permit, there really is not a lot of recourse that the city has with respect to affecting that. So what you're seeing there is the proposed finished grade of the subdivision for 149 units. Now I think, though, that you were asking before, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, but I think you were asking whether that proposed finished grade would be the same if this were R1. Is that correct? That's what you're asking. And that's a question that we can't answer.
I'm just saying that, for example, we know that because of this current zoning, what is allowed is R1. We wouldn't be having this discussion if that's what they wanted to do, whether we should be having the discussion or not. Pardon? And so I guess what also is confusing is is the grade of their land a lot lower at that point than the house that sits on it? Does it slope back like that? Is the grade of their home similar to the height of the pad?
Madam Chair, if you'd allow me.
No, thank you.
Madam Chair, yes, that should be the grade of the house as proposed. That grade was set some time ago by the civil consultant based on their preliminary design for sanitary and stormwater servicing from these properties.
So the grade that we see at the top of that hill is similar to the grade that your house sits on? Her physical house. I mean, some people have rolling backyards and that kind of thing, you know, go down into a natural swale or something. Is her property like this, or is her property like this, as opposed to as it hits the gravel?
If I may, the existing houses are lower than the proposed grading. I also want to add that you asked whether this new grading was as a result of the staff's request studies. I don't believe so.
Okay, so we'll ask a lot more questions, and I'll be giving more time to those questions, because that's something that obviously we're all going to want to know. Councillor Blais.
Sorry, I can't stay probably for the proponent, but if the water table is high and the water table is less than a meter from the surface, clearly there would be a need to raise the grade no matter what form of development takes place, right? So I think the question is, whether it's R1 or R3, would it have to be this high or even as high as the fence, anything that's significantly higher than the existing properties?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Blais. It's not. I don't know how high those units are. The existing units are.
Okay, so that guy's 6 feet tall, so the grade is 12 feet above the ground. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll ask my question different way. If it was lower density than the 146 units, would that are your drainage issues the same, such that you have to have such a new grade on the property?
Okay, I think I see where you're going with this, and let me just see if I can. Just follow with me, and I'll see if I can answer your question, because I think I understand what you're asking for. You're asking for, if this were zoned R1 and in a different development pattern than what they are proposing, would we still be seeing that?
Yes.
Would we still be seeing something like that?
Yes.
And that is, it's a question that we can't answer, because it depends on a lot of engineering parameters, a lot of servicing parameters.
Okay, so Mr. Petty's an engineer. So how does a change in density from 46 units or whatever would otherwise be allowed to 140 whatever, how would that change the drainage and then the need to raise the grade 3 meters?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, there's a number of factors that lead to the height of that fill. So it's the wish to stay out of the groundwater table.
Yeah.
It's the wish to where you want to direct the stormwater flows. And if you're going against the existing grade, then in some areas you could potentially see this kind of fill in order to allow for enough of the surface flow to make its way to the location where we've chosen, or where the proponent has chosen, to provide the stormwater management facility. If there's different decisions on the facility, then perhaps it can lessen the amount of grade. Those are decisions that the proponent would have to make.
This is a very critical point, because as I understand, the major concern from the community is the height difference of the two communities when complete. And if that can change, or if that wouldn't change if the zoning request didn't go through, then we're snookered. So we need to know the answer to that. If we're going to send this to the OMB and spend whatever we're going to spend on the OMB, we need to know what the answer to that is.
So that's a reason that we can only answer once we know what that R1 development would look like. So R1 would suggest a lot more area for infiltration, less storage of stormwater.
Sure.
Larger backyards, again, to lessen the amount of stormwater. So if you can store in backyards, you can store around roadways at lower densities, then there's less stormwater management pieces.
That only deals with the runoff. It doesn't deal with the groundwater level and basements. That doesn't change. The groundwater level for basements doesn't change, though, right? It's still a meter below the ground.
So that's right. As I mentioned, if there's a desire to stay out of the groundwater table, then you need to stay above at a certain height. Whether it's this particular height for the entire development, We can't answer that until we see the details of that grading.
Would the installation of sub pumps then not require this significant grade change?
I would suggest yes. However, the risk is completely different with respect to flood protection for those units. So that is an option. I'm not sure if that would be an option that we would recommend.
Okay.
Give up? Councillor Gadry?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, once again. And in terms of the comments made by some of my colleagues about the grade changes and about the intensification in that area with the flooding and everything, the question right now in front of the committee really is, should this approval be going forward? And based on staff's recommendation and staff's thought that the proponent hasn't provided enough study into this project in order to make that decision.
Before you carry on, does anyone have, because I do want to hear you, but does anyone have any specific questions
and I do,
further to Ms. McKim?
And I do, and that's where I'm heading. Just wanted to make that comment and based on some of the colleagues' comments going forward. Coming back to Ms. McKim, and again, thank you, Jillian, for coming in this morning. You mentioned, obviously, the concern of the grade in terms of behind your home, and not only your home, but the rest of the area. You also stated that you've approached the proponent in terms of various occasions to come and talk to the community, work with the community. Could you just give me a little bit of background on that as to how far that discussion went, especially when you're talking about the changes to the property prior to those changes happening?
Absolutely. So ahead of excavation, ahead of the site preparation in January, we were notified, the community was notified in January that they would be going ahead with site preparation for these wells. The community party, going before the OMB, reached out to the developer, the proponent, and tried on numerous times to have conversations regarding what exactly these pads meant, why these pads had to be so large, what exactly would be involved in the grading of these pads, and how they would be affecting the surrounding homes in which they were placed. We also reached out in request for a 10-meter buffer, as I mentioned, where we would potentially be protected, if you will, from the site preparation and site development. And we were told by the proponent that unless we wanted to remove issues off the issues list for the OMB hearing, they didn't want to speak with us.
And that comment was not only made to you, but to the community.
Okay, but you know what, I don't want to have that discussion. But
again,
I want to talk about...
This is important to the community, and that's why I'm putting it on the table, because not only is this issue, and the city didn't take the proponent to OMB, the proponent themselves took the city to the OMB based on the request of the studies that were requested by the city. And I think city was in its fair understanding of the proposal to say, look, we need these studies, both the hydrogeological studies, to take it.
That's not where I see your questions going, and so that was what I was speaking to. So that's what, if that is, I'm sorry, but go ahead.
And I'm just trying to explain to the committee through the representative to say what are their concerns and why are those concerns there. So coming back to development in terms of with the proponent, as Ms. McKim has mentioned, that they did approach the proponent, did want to talk to the proponent.
But this is, now we're into he said, she said, and unless I'm going to ask the same question of them, and I don't really think, I mean, the fact is, this is going to the OMB. And so I really think that it's important. I mean, the pictures that you've shown us are dramatic, right? And so I think we all have a lot of questions on that. And if there's anything else, then I think that that's where, because you live there, right? That's the detail. I think that was really helpful. And you live there, too.
In the area, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just coming back to Ms. McKim again, in terms of the development itself, will the community be willing to accept some form of development on that property besides the fact that it is wetland and everything else? What is the position of your group in the community?
I think it's an excellent question. I think that at this point, we're still trying to understand exactly what is coming into this property. We understand there's been an application for the 149 houses. The community is meeting on this issue on Thursday. I would not feel comfortable speaking on behalf of the community before I present further evidence. We've just seen the reports that have come out. We've been working with the community party. But I guess in sum, I would be comfortable speaking on behalf of the community today as to what we would be willing to accept, if you would, without further discussion with my community.
Thank you very much, Ms. McKim. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out today. I think some of you are going to have to clear the way for, I don't know how many people you're bringing up with you, Ms. Mellons, Ursula Mellons. So I see that with you today you have David Krajewski, Stantec, Bernie Muncaster, Brian Byerly from Golders, Troy Skinner from Golders, J.F. Sabaran, Brian Wilcott from J.F. Sabaran on hydrology and hydraulic, and A. Jonkman and C. Zaharinsky from Robinson Consultants. I don't think there's room for everybody, so what we may want to do here is I don't know how much of a presentation you want to do, but I think that you're going to have a lot of questions, and so maybe you can pull in the people to answer the questions on a need be.
On this particular file, Madam Chair, we do indeed have 6 engineers from 4 disciplines. I've brought a representative of them up here today with me. And I did submit a letter to Planning Committee prior to attending today because we felt it was just necessary to give a bit more information and details. This is a site that has experienced numerous delays over the years. It's fair for us to say that we do believe we have provided numerous studies that, if reviewed by the city, would address many of their concerns. As Ms. Sue did summarize, there is a subdivision application and a zoning bylaw amendment before the committee today. The applications were initially submitted in 2013. At that time, some concerns were raised by staff. However, what the specific concerns were not necessarily clearly stated to us. So the consultants did go back to the city and attempted to flesh out further details as to what was the city looking for in terms of additional studies or additional information, or what the specific concerns were. The city did come back and ask for, in particular, the inference was that hydrogeological studies were required as well as hydraulic, and notwithstanding Chenier's position that this was not required at this point of the process, it's not a standard draft approval study, they did indeed proceed to do so. And that proposal was given to the city last fall, September 2014, and it's that study that led to the installation of the test pads you saw a picture of today. And I'm just going to give a bit of detail on that. I do have Mr. Sabarana here, who can, as well as Mr. Byerly, who can speak to the specifics when committee has specific questions. However, as I said in my letter on page 2, the proposal was given to the city of 2014. This was to address groundwater monitoring as well as to measure hydraulic connectivity. We maintained it was not necessary for draft approval. The city and community felt it was. We did go to the OMB in the fall as part of the pre-hearing process to argue against this requirement and to argue against it as being an issue. The board did say that the issue would remain on the table, but we could further argue at the board as to whether it was necessary. So the proposal for the test pads was given to the city and community in the fall. That included an outline of where the pads were to be located and why they were required. They were indeed installed earlier this year after the tree permit was obtained. The monitoring has been ongoing. An update as to what that monitoring concluded was included in our witness statements that were provided to the city on March 23rd, as well as our reply witness statements, which were provided this previous Sunday, keeping in mind the hearing starts next Monday. And in the letter, I did outline the numerous studies that have been provided, as well as the witness statements. What has happened to date, respectfully, is that there does not, we continue to feel frustrated about the lack of coordination, perhaps, between some of the departments. And I do say that with respect. There have been concerns raised by development approvals, but yet we're not certain that infrastructure services who does the actual review or approval of what required have been brought into the fold. So we're looking for committee to instruct staff to have that full discussion, to bring all of the parties that they require, all of the staff that they require to the table. We do believe that we have attempted to satisfy the city with the technical concerns that have been raised. There are solutions possible. We have presented at least one in our reports, if not more. And that's what our frustration is to this point in time. I'd like to just address some of the specific comments that have been raised today quickly, and then any questions can come from the committee. To be clear, this site was not designated PSW in its entirety at any point in time. The western boundary did have an element of PSW, and that's where the EP zoning came from. However, the PSW was indeed removed. And to be clear, the adjacent UNF is also not PSW. It does contain wetland, but it is not PSW. There's only one endangered species confirmed on the site, and that's a butternut tree, the butternut trees. And I believe, going from memory, there were 13, but only 3 were considered healthy, for which a mitigation plan will be submitted to MNR. There were numerous reviews conducted to look for other endangered species, and none were found. Now, with respect to the test pads that were installed, to be clear, the elevation behind the McKim household does represent the highest grade. There will not be 3.5 meters of fill installed across the site. That is sort of the highest point. It does vary across the site. However, what you saw in the photo behind the McKim house is that the pad would actually be 2 meters lower at the time of construction, or the basement would be built into that pad. That's not the starting point, and then they're going further up. And the other thing we felt it was important to point out is that the McKim backyard, I'm not sure this was answered clearly, is that their house is indeed higher. Fernbank is a higher point, and then the backyard does dip down. So what you're seeing with the test pad is it meets approximately, and I do use the term approximately, the existing grade of where their house is. Just looking at my notes for a moment, please. And the reason the fill is required for the site is it's not to necessarily raise the site out of the groundwater, but rather it's also required to connect to the existing services. So the services that are in the surrounding community, which were sized in order for the development of the Chenier site. And to be clear, this site is phase 3 of development of the Cypress Garden subdivisions. So in order to meet the existing connections for the water, the site does have to be filled in order for the servicing to work from that perspective. So I think at this point, I'll stop and we can answer any questions that the committee may have.
Okay, so you have all the right people, I'm sure, for the questions.
I'll make
Want to introduce everybody?
So I have J.F. Sabarin. He is, I have to refer to my own list here. Mr. Sabarin is hydrology and hydraulic engineers. I have Mr. Brian Byerly from Golders. He is the hydrogeologist. And I have Ms. Angela Yonkman here, and she is the civil engineer with Robinson Consultants.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going first to Councillor Nussbaum, but I want to thank you before you start, Councillor, for that further clarification, because that is exactly what I wanted to know, what you just told me. So, and then followed by Councillor Kadri. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the delegation. My first question relates to the provincially significant wetland and the decision of the Ontario Municipal Board. My understanding is that in 2011, Council removed the significant wetland designation, but kept the corresponding environmental protection zone within your client's land. Mm-hmm. So in your client's application, does your client propose to build on the environmental protection zone?
So in 2011, when the designation was changed to general urban area, which was in accordance with the board's decisions and finding, there are actually minutes from Planning Committee, I believe in 2013, stating that the EP zoning was not appropriate and it was to be removed. It was no longer appropriate because the designation was now general urban area. So yes, our zoning application is to remove the EP zoning because it is not appropriate in light of those previous decisions.
Notwithstanding those minutes, Council never made a decision, though, in 2011 to remove that EP zone. Is that correct?
The statement at that time was staff still had to remove the zoning. They just had not yet done so. It
didn't do so.
They had not yet done so, correct.
Yeah, it hasn't been done. Okay. My next question relates to another official plan requirement that no development be permitted within 30 meters of the unique natural feature unless an environmental impact statement demonstrates there is no negative impact to the UNF. And I understand there was an originally submitted environmental impact statement in 2005, which in fact suggested that that buffer zone should be 70 meters deep, not 30 meters. So my question to you is your client proposing to build within that 70-meter zone, within 70 meters of the unique natural feature?
To answer the question, yes, they are proposing to build within 70 meters, and if I can provide context to that 2005 EIS. It was indeed prepared by Niblett Environmental Limited, and at that time, that was what the development application, they did not submit a development application at that time. However, they had commenced studies, including an environmental impact statement, considering development of the site. And that is what the owner at the time was prepared to accept in order to get development approval. However, obviously this situation has changed, the environment has changed, and an updated EIS has indeed been submitted at this time, and we are proposing to develop within that. And to be clear, the 2006 EIS, 2005 EIS does not actually state 70 meters. It shows a conceptual line. I've asked my consultants, and I have not yet myself found an actual reference to 70 meters within that report.
Okay, just so that I'm clear, because whether it's 30 or 70 may be important, does your client propose to build within 30 meters of the UNF?
Yes.
No. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm finished, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Melendez, for your presentation this morning. Just a couple of questions in terms of the public delegation that raised the concern about a reach out to your party or to the proponent and not being able to work with that. What happened in that case? Can you expand on that? Or
Thank you for the question. So in 2013, we did indeed attend the public meeting that was hosted in the community, and the meeting was very charged, as development proposals can be, and it was not productive from our perspective. We were not permitted to speak by the community on several occasions. We were heckled. So when it came to further discussions, even on a one-on-one basis, the decision was made that productive discussion was not always possible. We have certainly had many email exchanges. I have had discussions with some individual people, particularly Ms. Fitzgerald, to try and discuss things. We believe we have attempted to have those discussions, if even before the Ontario Municipal Board, where we had 2 pre-hearing conferences last fall.
Thank you for that. And the follow-up question to that is the fact that in terms of the buffer zone that was identified again by the public delegation today, that they requested a 10-meter buffer. Was that ever discussed with your party, or was that just something that the community was thinking of?
That request was put to us, and we advised it wasn't possible because one of the concerns is what impact would any development on the site have on the surrounding existing houses. And in order to test that, the test pads had to be approximately where development would occur. And that was what was proposed in the study proposal in the fall, and that's why the test pads were located where they were. It's meant to replicate as close as possible to what final development would be.
And the part that you mentioned in your presentation about staff requesting some information or some studies, but you haven't been able to request the same kind of information from staff. And we had a meeting at City Hall with the participation of the chair. Did anything come off that in terms of staff's response?
So following that meeting, I believe that was a meeting where we requested the model to be provided to Mr. Sabran. The model was indeed provided to him, but perhaps he can summarize what happened after that.
Yes, we became aware that the city had its own hydraulic model of the existing area. A model was completed, or this study was completed apparently last summer, but only made available to us around Christmas time. The purpose of that study, in parallel and not jointly together with us, was to identify existing issues, flooding issues that occurred in the past, and the same model was used by the city and is still being used by the city to find solutions to the problems. First, when we asked to get a model, their model, in order that we could plug and play the proposed development into it to ascertain that we would not aggravate flooding issues in the existing development, at first hand we were denied access to the model. Eventually we did get a copy of it, but we were only looking at the model and not using it specifically. The city's model has identified solutions to the existing problems, flooding problems in the existing development. In speaking with and meeting with city staff, we found that together we could use the same model and continue to work with them to not aggravate flooding issues in the existing development, as well as to accommodate the drainage requirements for this development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sever. Madam Chair, I will have some questions of staff based on this presentation, so I'll let it go for now.
Do you want to ask them now?
Sure.
Is anyone else here for questions? No? Go ahead, Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much.
I guess you might have, so you have no further questions of...
I have no further questions.
Does anyone have any questions of the delegation? No? Thank you very much. So we'll have staff come back to the table, please. And just for the record of those people in the room that aren't here for this item, when we finish with this item, as you know, we have a rule that says 12:30 to 1:15. We will be breaking. We have 2 items to go after that. So whenever this item is finished, we'll still come back at 1:15, though. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first question to staff. In terms of the request that was put into the proponent about looking for more studies or different studies, has the proponent provided any additional information since the first time the application came forward?
The additional information, some of the additional information were provided through the preparation of a women's statement for the pre-hearing, and as well as the forthcoming formal hearing next week. I have went through the list of the studies that are provided and noticed one in question and one still outstanding.
And that one question in this study that was provided, what was that related to?
Sorry, I should have clarified that there is a large number of studies that have been provided. One in question is regarding whether we would like to require the study update prior to potential draft approval, which is the transportation study. The other one that is outstanding is the update to the Phase 1 environmental site assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Zhu. Just a question for our legal in terms of Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark, in terms of the request from the proponent at the meeting in February that we all met here at City Hall, was that information completely provided as much as we had at the time to the proponent, or are we still lagging some of that information to the proponent?
Mr. Chair, I want to be fair to the proponent. We did, which is city practice, we don't initially provide electronic models, but with your intervention, the intervention of the chair, we did. It was provided, Madam Chair.
And did you hear back any comments, as they were mentioned by the public delegation this afternoon, to say that the information that was provided was limited and not sufficient enough for them to work with?
Madam Chair, I did recall receiving a comment about the dynamic nature of the model, which is it changes as new information becomes available, but as to its insufficiency, no, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Back? No one else? Okay, well, thank you for being here in such big numbers, everybody, the community, the staff, and certainly Ms. Mellons and your team. So coming back into committee, we have before us the zoning and plan of subdivision for 6279 Fernbank Road. The Planning Committee recommend Council refuse an amendment to the zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 6279 Fernbank Road to rezone the property from residential first density and environmental protection EP zones to residential third density R3 zone with exceptions, and refuse the plan of subdivision application for residential development of 23 singles, 26 semis, and 100 street townhouse units for a total of 149 units, as well as streets and blocks for stormwater management, pond, walkways, and open space, as shown in document 2, given the lack of proper study and documentation to demonstrate flooding will not occur. So on the staff recommendation, is that carried?
Thank you for carrying it, Madam Chair. It's just that I had a couple of comments, but I'll hold
sorry,
on.
I thought...
Sorry.
Let him speak, he may dissuade us. Yeah.
Maybe you want to save that for after.
Just one comment, that in terms of the infrastructure in that area for dealing with water is limited capacity and limited constraints to that city infrastructure in that area. And my concern is, until we look at the whole picture, either here today or through the OMB, the proposal going forward, as staff has suggested, is not appropriate for the current way it's situated and current way it's presented. What staff is asking, and there's nothing out of the ordinary that staff is requesting, more studies or a study by the proponent themselves to say, here's how we're going to handle the water issue, here's how we're going to handle the hydrogeological stuff on that property. And possibly that's one of the reasons why they took us to the OMB. I think let the OMB deal with it, and then we'll come back to this committee or whatever the OMB recommends at that point. So thank you very much for your patience today, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now we have, because this is going to the OMB, has been stated several times, we do have, the Vice Chair has a motion to punt it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's correct, Madam Chair. It's pretty self-explanatory that we move to present this to Wednesday's council, so it can be passed in time for the OMB hearing on April 20th.
Thank you. Is that Karen? Thank you. So now we're going to break for lunch, and when we come back, we're going to have before us 68 Cooper Street, which has delegations and the zoning bylaw for the Richcraft development in Hindenburg. Okay.
And then you'll see it light up red.
All right, great. Hello. Guess what? We've got quorum. We're going.
We're going on.
Okay. So on 68 Cooper Street, welcome. So we're not having a presentation on 68 Cooper. We do have speakers.
Okay.
And I don't know if they made it back in time. Who's Catherine Hickson? I am. Oh, come on forward, Catherine. Leanne, can you shift over one seat, please? No, you sit here where Leanne was. Thank you. So this is on the application recommending council approve an amendment to the zoning bylaw for 68 Cooper Street to permit an office use as detailed in document 2. And you are here from the Ann Manor Board of Directors.
Yes, I am.
Welcome. Yeah,
okay.
5 minutes.
All right, thanks. My name is Catherine Hickson. I'm a member of the Board of Directors at Ann Manor, which faces, it fronts on Somerset Street West, but it also has property that faces onto Cooper Street and is adjacent to 68 Cooper Street. In February, we were advised that Ridgecraft wanted to include office use as well as residential use, and the board wrote to the city saying that we had no concerns with the use, like having office use in that building. Subsequently, we learned that Ridgecraft came back with a revised proposal seeking to make the building totally office use. So over the course of the weekend, we submitted a letter with new comments. In essence, we don't oppose office use per se. We did suggest some recommended changes to the wording of the amendment, which we think would protect us in the long term in case there is future redevelopment of the site. I won't go through it because I think it's been submitted to you with the revised wording.
Just so you know, we do have this communications received from Dennis Jacobs?
Yes.
And that's what you're referring to?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. And I guess in summary, it links the designation of office use to the current building as opposed to like an indefinite approval of office use. And that's basically what our concerns are.
Okay, well, thank you. So just hang on a minute.
Okay.
Because I'm going to ask staff to comment on the do you have the Jacobs letter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We did receive this letter yesterday from residents as well as Dennis Jacobs, and we did review it, and it is something we paid close attention to when drafting this report and the recommended zoning provisions. And in review of it, staff are confident that the zoning provisions that we have drafted do adequately satisfy the concerns of the residents to limit the office use to the existing building, and we feel that there are no required changes necessary to accommodate that and to accomplish what everybody is seeking. We did also send it to legal for their review of it, as it does start to delve into matters of the Planning Act itself. So I don't know if legal would like to weigh in or if we have questions for them at this time.
If I can assist with the wording that staff has proposed, it is adequate in the sense that it ties the office use to the existing building while still preserving the possibility of establishing a non-legal conforming right down the line. And the proposed amendment is problematic in the sense that it seeks to take that away, and in order to do that, we would require the consent of the property owner. And so we're confident that, just to explain, the non-conforming use is tied to the building footprint that the owner has. And so if they decide to go in and demolish, they still have a right to reconstruct exactly what they have now, but they wouldn't have a right to go in and expand that use or expand that right. Then they would have to comply with the applicable zoning, the new zoning, or sorry, the zoning that's in place. And so it's not something that we can tie to the building itself. It's tied to the building footprint.
So if I might ask a question, if they demolish the building, and you mentioned that they could put something else up, does that mean like a two-story building, or are we talking like an office tower?
Okay, just to let you know, doesn't work this way.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Well,
nice
this
that
is
you...
my first
it's nice-
time,
I know, and that's why I didn't jump in, you know? I mean, so we have a question. Can you respond?
So, Madam Chair, the applicant would have the right to build the two-story building that they have now. They wouldn't be allowed to build beyond that because, again, it's the building footprint that they have the right to.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Is it of the delegation? Because if it's not, no. Well, thank you very much for coming out. Next, I would like to call up Nick Cartwright. Nick is in opposition. Nick, are you here? Give up the ghost? Not back yet? Okay. You go ahead and ask your question, and I will ask then Phil Castro and Jade Bradshaw to come forward. You go ahead and ask your question.
Okay.
You both, no, up here?
Probably room me
up here.
so I better clarify.
Okay, they can all shift. Mr. James, can you go and sit over there so they can...
So, Chair, my question now that things have been clarified, is more about the consultation process to staff.
Okay.
So can I just quickly, yeah, okay. So a concern that I heard outside of what was just addressed, and that a rezoning would mean that they would lose the right for all commercial now. But another concern that I heard from residents through this process, and that I also had too, because I'm also new and I kind of got caught by it as well. The circulation that went out to residents for their comment, the proposal then was just to add office to the existing building on the first floor and maintain the existing 2 dwelling units. So residents responded to that, and then what landed in the report without any further, without anything further going out to residents. I mean, I suppose they could have, commented, but nothing further went out, was that we were then recommending all commercial. So, I understand that within the Planning Act that we're allowed to do that, but I just don't see it as really good practice in terms of how we consult with residents. I really do believe that when we send out a circulation, that it should have the recommendation in it that we're going to come back with. If we're asking, or at least have it as one of the options, so that when residents are responding to that circulation, they know what they're being asked to respond to, in all fairness.
Okay, so they went out the first time, and they went to, according to the distance, et cetera, that they do. Now, all those people that were interested would have had the ability to come back to Kirsten in this case. Was it your name that was on it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so come back to Kirsten and express an interest. When that changed, I'm sure that Kirsten would have gone back to those people. The fact is that we're not going to hold another public meeting.
Okay.
But however,
yes.
If you were aware of it, you certainly could have. But we're not going to, it would be rare that, number one, we can afford time and money, bodies, to go out on an issue like the one you're talking about. I think that that's pretty standard. I mean, if it's a very complex issue, and there hasn't been an opportunity for people to know about it.
Well, I don't think this is a very complex issue. I think that what happened was a circulation went out to residents that said the proponent is asking for commercial plus residential. Residents responded to that, and then when the recommendation came out, it was for commercial only.
Did anybody respond to the first one?
Yes.
So therefore, did you let those people know?
We do not disclose the final recommendation until it's published in the final report. So, which at that time they did receive a copy.
Then they would have.
Yes, but they did not have an opportunity to respond to the recommendation.
They do today.
They do today, yes.
That's the way the Planning Act works.
Yeah, no, I realize that, but I don't know that, in my opinion, that's not the way we should be consulting. I think that when we go out and we consult, we should let people know what we're consulting on. I mean, we could have gone out and consulted on just about anything and then come back and recommended something different.
But what you do the first time when you get the application, first of all, they're not going to go out with something that they haven't like kicked the tires on and et cetera, et cetera. So they're going to go out and they're going to go out to people. They express an interest and come back. And I don't think the process can be, as long as the local councillor is made aware, as long as there's an opportunity for people who are engaged to know that here's the report, to receive the report, to know when the date is, and to come out and speak to it, that meets all the requirements, and I would certainly not support going beyond that. It's something that we don't, again, we'd have to add capacity to staff, we have to add time, it would delay the procedures and all that kind of stuff. So your point is that, I understand your point. You're saying that these folks that responded the first time to the initial application, my argument would be, but the ones that were interested did receive the information in a timely fashion before today's meeting.
So can I just ask one more question then for clarification? That what was circulated, the proposed development adding an office to the existing building on the first floor while maintaining the existing 2 dwelling units, that would have been in line with the Centertown Community Design Plan, whereas what was recommended in the end actually doesn't align with the Centertown Community Design Plan. Is that right?
To you, Madam Chair, the application was submitted prior to the Centertown secondary plan, so they're not bound by the policies of that plan, but they do respect it in that the new Centertown secondary plan permits up to 2 stories of office use. And what Councillor McKenney is alluding to is the maximum of 50% GFA. So they do respect it by limiting it to 2 stories by virtue of the building only being 2 stories. So it's respecting in that manner, but they are also permitted to develop it entirely as office under the existing Centertown secondary plan of policies.
But so 50% rule, though, I understand the 2 floors, but and again, I guess my point is not to argue whether it's that I think that what went out on circulation and then the recommendation were very, very different. I think that one really applied and to the Centertown Community Design Plan. Again, that residents spent years with staff developing, and the second one didn't. So I think that, I understand your point.
It does. And she said that it does. So just completing the thought, if they didn't come up with that initial one and waited till the recommendation was firm, and that would happen how many days before? 7 days before, then there would have been really, somebody could be on holidays, they wouldn't have the opportunity to reflect at all. I get what you're saying, and this is, but I think that, anyway, I get what you're saying. If you have anything more to come back on, we'll allow the delegation to proceed, and then I will call maybe, who was I missing? Just before you start. Nick Cartwright? No, so go ahead. He's not here. Go ahead, Phil Castro and Jay Bradshaw. And you are the proponent for Ridgecraft? Yes. Okay.
I understand that the application, I suppose, may have been a bit confusing. We actually started with an application for a residential tower. We've moved away. We have a tenant that's interested in just a small insurance office, 2 stories. We think it's an appropriate location. It's well served by transit. Cycling facilities are there. We think it's a good fit for the neighborhood. And as far as any future development applications, they'll of course be subject to the Infor secondary plan and whatever else is in place at that time.
So I just wanted to say too, and you brought this up, if the applicant had come in with the supersonic tower and you had sent that application out, that would have been that would have been an absolute change to anything, that, and probably would have had more interest, too, in the number of people that would have participated, correct?
That's correct, Chair. In fact, that's exactly what happened. It did go out years ago. There was community departmental concern, and the applicant has pulled back from that proposal.
So then...
And it was re-advertised.
Right. And so in that case, let's just finish on that. If the original application, the recent one, had been the first one, and you had mailed that out, you'd gone out to the public with that, would you not agree that it would be a profound change if the final recommendation was what this is before us today? And then what would have been the process?
Through the chair, yes, we would have recirculated in that case, and we viewed this, frankly, as a good news story.
Sorry, and just to add, Madam Chair, we did receive very many comments from the original circulation in 2012, and even though many of those residents didn't re-comment on this revised application, they were sent notification of this report.
And so they were aware that it was on today?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you.
But the recirculation, but the recirculation that went out in January 21st, 2015, called for both commercial and residential. That is what people commented on. The recommendation came out. I don't want to continue to beat this to death. My point is that I don't like that process. But can I ask, because I think that when you ask somebody to comment on something, that's what you're asking them to comment, and then if you're going to change your mind, I think we should have recirculated. But my point, can I just ask one question then? How often do we do that? Do we go out with a circulation? Can you give me an idea of how often that happens, where we go out with a circulation, asking people to comment on one recommendation and then come back with something completely different in the report?
Through you, Chair. There's often differences in what is applied for and what the department recommends. In this case, the difference was viewed as not significant in keeping with the original proposal. So there's often, or I should say regularly, changes from what the applicant requests and what comes forward to committee. If it's a significant change, it is reposted, it is recirculated. In this case, it was viewed as not a significant change.
But this isn't a matter of the applicant asking for something and then it going out through circulation and then staff coming back with a different recommendation. This is a matter of the recommendation from the proponent or the ask from the proponent changing. So again, I go back to, I really don't see what the big deal is about sending out another recirculation and asking people what they think. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not opposing it. I've said that. I don't oppose it. I am satisfied with the legal opinion that if it's rezoned again with additional height or density, that the former zoning takes place, so that we won't ever have a large commercial tower there. But I just want to be on record that I'm not pleased with the way the circulation happened.
Mr. Mizzi?
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps I could add to Don's comment and help Councillor McKinney, and that the circulation process isn't a process to tell the community what the final product is. It's one of the inputs to bring back to us feedback, not unlike a circulation process to other departments. And circulating out an application to the community and getting feedback on it may result in changes that bring forward a report that's different than what went to the community. Like Don said, if it's a really different proposal, then it's wise on our part to go back with a recirculation.
Okay. Are you finished with your presentation?
If there are any further questions,
if there's any questions of the delegation? No? Thank you. Thank you for coming out today, and thank you for hanging in while we did our job. Nick Cartwright, I'm going to call once more for Nick Cartwright. I think Nick's not here. So coming back to committee, anybody on the committee have anything to say about 68 Cooper? Councillor Nussbaum.
Thanks, Chair. Very quick question. I apologize. I came a few minutes late. On this application, this is a quick question to staff. Was there a pre-consultation on this application?
Yes, there was a pre-consultation.
Okay. And we're doing a pilot, are we not, in Councillor Chernoshenko's ward, where community groups are invited to participate in pre-consultation?
Madam Chair, we do have a pilot project right now in Ward 17, Capital Ward, Councillor Chernoshenko's, where the representatives, usually the president or the executive director of the Ratepayers Association, or a representative they choose, is invited in to attend the pre-application consultation meeting with staff, partly to demystify the planning process, to hear their comments right up front so the applicant can hear what the potential concerns of the community are. It's a pilot for a year. The ward hasn't had a lot of pre-application consultation, but the results of that pilot will determine whether we expand that process to other wards.
Great. Look forward to seeing that, and I'm just wondering if that, in this case, might have been a solution to the problem at hand, or might have mitigated it. I'm not certain, but I just wanted to see what the status of that pilot was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on the item 68 Cooper Street, is that carried? Carried, thank you. So our last item that's held is the zoning bylaw amendment for 250, 266, 268, 272, and 274 Parkdale Avenue, 1518 Scott Street, 911 and 13 Bowman Street. And we have, let's see. Right. We have two delegations. Ask Linda Hode to come forward first, please. Don, can you shift over beside Mr. James? Sorry. Oh, you moved it over there. Okay, sorry. Come on. Linda, come over to this side. Come on over to this side, Linda. Oh, it's the, yeah.
Good afternoon, Planning Committee members, Chair Harder. You don't want to see the presentation, all the pretty pictures? Anyway, I have submitted to you my comments on behalf of the Hintonburg Community Association. As you will see, I'm not here to oppose this application. We are quite pleased that it's come in according to the community design plan that we all worked so hard on. We've also been consulted on the disposition of the Section 37 funds as reported, and we concur with the recommendations in the report. However, I do have a concern about the site itself and some issues that have been ongoing and I suspect will continue to be ongoing. On page 18, we note that there is to be an application to demolish 250 Parkdale to be dealt with under delegated authority. Our community association is very concerned not necessarily about the specific application to demolish, but the number of units owned by the applicant on the site. And I'm sorry you don't have a picture of the site so you can see how many units there are. These units are present, and many of the units are presently vacant. Tenants were encouraged or forced to move out since the applicant acquired them. We've had to deal with property standards on many occasions over the past 18 months or so to ensure that these properties are properly secured and to have the graffiti removed. We don't look forward to a long period of time of having to keep up this vigilance. We know that developments are slowing down in our neighborhood because of market conditions, and these, in addition to the difficulty of keeping them up to property standards, these vacant units could provide affordable rental housing during the time that the development is progressing. And if it were quick, well, then they wouldn't be available any longer. As you know, we received a report today concerning affordable housing, and there are some statistics in that report about the demand for units, certain types of units, and the low vacancy rate here in Ottawa. which is, well, for bachelor and one-bedroom units, the vacancy rate is 1.8 and 2.3 respectively. A healthy vacancy rate is 3%. Ottawa has only had this 3% rate 2 years of the last 15 years, and the lowest recorded rate is 0.2%. And I do know, because I checked when the first demolition permit came, we were alerted of it. It never did come to planning committee, I don't think. I checked the vacancy rate in our area using the CMHC tables, and, well, Ottawa's rate is healthier than it has been, and that's for all types of units. In our particular neighborhood or census tract, however CMHC does it, the vacancy rate is still very low. And of course, this is not the only development site where units are sitting vacant. Not only in our ward, I'm sure some of you have experienced a similar concern. These vacant units cause problems for neighbors, and they remove affordable housing rental units from the market. So the association has met and discussed this, and we request that you make the demolition of 250 Parkdale conditional on the reinstatement of the other vacant units owned by the applicant and the retention of all of the units on site until a building permit is granted. And I suspect this may not be possible under the Planning Act or whatever other legislation you have available to, but we do request that you ask staff to investigate what powers the city has to protect rental housing under these circumstances. I believe we will see a lot of rental housing taken out of the market and sitting vacant for a number of years. And I'm very concerned about this, not only as a resident of an area where this is a problem, but as a citizen of Ottawa interested in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Nice to see you today. I am going to ask for a legal opinion on that, but I would suggest that the fact is that any owner of properties that have been pulled together, as they are able to, they empty those properties when they have the intention of change. In this case, large change if it goes through, simply because often it would be too difficult not to, and then there's the maintenance and everything in the interim. But let's ask if there is a legal, yes?
So, Madam Chair, under the Building Code Act, building permits and demolition permits are issued as of right, so provided that the applicant can comply with the applicable complies with all applicable legislation, the permit has to be issued. So we have very little power to impose conditions.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of Ms. Hogue? You have a question of staff? You have a question of staff? Not of Ms. Hogue? Thanks very much for coming out and everything that you do in that community. Appreciate it. Councillor Nussbaum first.
Sorry, just on that last point, I recently was in relation, Don would know about this, to the Minto property on Beechwood. I understood that they did not get a demolition permit because they hadn't yet pulled the building permit. So I'm trying to understand. I thought there was a condition that in order to get the demolition permit, you needed to pull the building permit. So maybe you can just clarify, because now I'm confused.
Okay. Through the Chair, Councillor, there are areas within the city that are subject to what we call demolition control. And a building, they cannot be demolished unless there's a building permit issued for a replacement building, unless they go through the demolition control process, in which case they have to agree to reconstruct in a specified time period, enhance the property, usually with landscaping, that type thing. So that was the situation on the Beechwood property, and these properties are also subject to demolition control.
Thank you. Okay, everybody has the same question? Okay.
So Ms. Hode's concern is going to be addressed in the sense that there won't be a demolition permit granted until a building permit has been pulled. But I'm just trying to understand.
Unless they obtain demolition control approval. And we might want to hear from the applicant. I understand a couple of the buildings are in very poor condition that may not be habitable.
The bottom line is, though, can we force somebody to stay in the rental business? I think is the question. That's my question. I think if we summarize it, not about opportunity knocks. I mean, if we're really serious about that, then we should be talking to them through our investment in affordable housing. And that should be part of that plan, and it wasn't. And it's not where the city is going. But can I have a comment, a legal comment on that, whether we have any right at all to force any owner of any property to rent their property?
Madam Chair, I'm unaware of any legal provisions that would allow us to impose an obligation on a property owner to rent out the property. It's certainly something that I can inquire. I can look into, but I'm not aware of anything that would allow us to do that.
No, you don't have to. I'm quite sure that you're right. Councillor Leeper, do you want to say out loud what you're trying to get into my ear? Or trying to do something else?
I'm interested.
And the answer is we can always give direction of staff, but I hesitate to give direction of staff when our legal has already told us that she knows of no way that you can force somebody to do that, if they don't want to.
I think.
So I would not want them to do a lot of extra work.
No, but I wouldn't mind getting that answer in writing with just as much clarification as can be provided.
That'd be great.
I'd be happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you. No one else on the item of the zoning? Oh, we have, sorry. We still have Catherine Krishuda. Hi, Catherine. Come forward, please. And Phil as well. Now, do you want to do a presentation, or would you just like to go for questions?
I think that we would like to go for questions unless there's a request for a presentation from members of the Planning Committee.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. And first, I would like to share with Ms. Hode as well the pleasure that, this is meeting the CDP. You saw in my comments to the planning report, this is a very intense development in our ward, but I'm really pleased to see that this is one of the first, I think, that's going to be uncontroversially meeting with the spirit, the letter of the law of the new secondary plan. So thank you for bearing through a long CDP process before triggering this final application. A couple of quick questions for you. One of them is the wind study. A lot of this, of how this building is going to work, is going to be dependent on the site plan. So two questions for you around that. The first is, I would just like to ensure that we're going to have a chance to have another fairly rich public discussion through my office or through the city with residents around site plan, the entry and the egress of the traffic, how the parking works, etc. Can I just get your commitment today that there will be something other than just a site plan coming with delegated authority, that in fact we're going to be proactive about going back to the community?
Through you, Madam Chair, definitely. We do look forward to going through the site plan process and engaging the community.
Yep, perfect.
We're fully committed.
And then for my edification, Madam Chair, sorry. We'll get it.
No, it's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
The second piece is the wind studies. I guess I haven't come across a lot of these sorts of technical considerations yet. With respect to the wind studies and the effect on the pedestrian environment, one of the things that strikes me is that it must be tough to determine what kind of mitigation can be done for pedestrians once we've approved the building envelope. And I'm wondering why we don't have a wind study to describe the pedestrian environment in front of us when we're approving that envelope. What can we do at site plan that would mitigate the impacts of having such a large building at that corner?
There is a wind study that was submitted. It's what's called a qualitative study, which is kind of a desktop study, which doesn't specifically model the building in a three-dimensional computer environment. Okay. We are going to be doing that at site plan. So what we have now is just generally how the wind is going to react when it does hit the building, and possible windier locations. The issue that we ran into, and the reason we didn't want to go that extra step to do the quantitative analysis or the modeling, was that the building is still kind of, it's still moving in design. We started this process in November of 2011. We pre-consulted with the Community Association first, and since then, I mean, we've had, I'm not even sure exactly how many iterations of the building. Once we get to site plan, we're going to really put our finger on how this thing is going to look. So the different things and the different treatments, as they've been explained to me by the wind consultant, is that canopies, break walls, and more ground level features of the building are really what have the greatest effect on mitigating the effects of wind for the pedestrians that are down on the ground. But those are architectural details, and since we're just seeking zoning for now and we don't have a final design, which we will once we advance site plan, we didn't see the value in investing in a more expensive study when we would have to do another one again anyways for the building once it was finalized.
Okay, so we'll work on trust, and that having a building that size is not going to have any unacceptable consequences for the pedestrian environment for the wind.
Through you, Madam Chair, the desktop wind study says exactly that there are no serious implications that the wind will have on the pedestrian environment, but there are some areas of concern that will have to be treated properly.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Councillor Brockington?
I just have a general comment, if I may, or do you want to do that now, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think that's what, yes, and then we have a technical motion coming from Councillor Leeper.
Sure. Just a comment, Madam Chair. And I'm a firm supporter of intensification within the city, and particularly when we're near a transit station, the importance of locating residents and larger developments near transit is something I fully endorse as well. But if we look back at existing apartments and taller towers that have existed for decades and when they were built, it appears to me, certainly in River Ward and other areas that I'm familiar with in the city, that apartments have been built on plots of land that are not right beside homes, for example, that there was a lot of space to incorporate a good mixture within communities, that you just don't have single-family homes, but you have apartments and other types of dwellings that provide a good mixture. And now as we intensify within particularly the urban core, we're seeing very, you used the word, Councillor Leeper, intense. I'm seeing very dense proposals, and that just raises concerns for me on the impact of the existing residents who have been there for quite some time. And I realize we put these developments through the ringer, and there are a number of studies that have to be undertaken and proof that accommodations will be made to lessen the impact on folks who have lived in communities for quite some time. And the only thing I wish to raise, because I do support the recommendation, is ongoing concerns that we should never forget the existing communities that have been there for many years. And I know this particular corner very well. I worked there for 17 years and walked by here frequently. And this is a very small footprint. This is a collection of homes. Yes, they need to come down, but when we put these two towers in, it's not like there's a large amount of property that the community can then drive or walk or bike across. This is completely within a community, an existing community already. And if you look at some of the comments that have been raised by members of the public, they raise legitimate concerns. And they're not to be ignored. We have to do our best to listen and understand what's being said and accommodate as best we can a development within an existing mature community. So I support the intensification. I certainly support dense large developments, particularly near the transit. But it just needs to be an ongoing concern, particularly when we want to provide this intensification in an already established, mature community.
Thank you for those comments. I think Councillor Huber to close, or to question, comment?
Thank you. I just want a clarification as to what the councillors are talking about. Am I hearing that a call that we should review the intensification policy? because you're describing exactly what happens in the suburbs when we start applying intensification principles. We're ending up with all kinds of on-street parking issues and all kinds of problems like that. So if the council would like to review that policy, I would be very supportive of it.
Well, there we go. We're all finished with the Building Better, Smarter Suburbs. That was fast and saved lots of money. Okay, thank you very much. All kidding aside, anybody else want to say anything else about this witchcraft project? Thank you for coming out. So on the motion to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for the addresses on Parkdale, we have a technical amendment. Sorry about that. Thank you for reminding me.
No worries at all. Committee, I do have a small technical amendment on this one. So I'll move that whereas report ACS 2015 PAI PGM 007 recommends zoning changes to the lands known municipally as 250, 266, 268, 272, and 274 Parkdale, 1518 Scott, 911, and 13 Bowman Street, whereas the details of recommended zoning contain text which refers to a height of 15 meters, and whereas the schedule refers to the maximum height of Area C as 16.5 meters, and whereas the schedule refers to a 3-meter setback from Scott Street, and whereas the road widening required along Scott Street is not parallel to the property line, be it resolved that the following changes be made to the staff report. 1, that within document 2, all references to a height of 15 meters be replaced with 16.5 meters, and 2, that the proposed schedule within document 2 be replaced with a new schedule attached herein showing a 2.9 meter setback from Scott Street, that there be no further notice pursuant to section 34 sub 17 of the Planning Act.
Thank you. So on the technical amendment, is that carried? And on the motion for the zoning at Parkdale, Scott, and Bowman, is that carried as amended? Carried as amended, thank you. All right, so we have no in-camera items. Any notices of motion for consideration at a later, subsequent meeting? Did you put your hand up? No. Oh, okay. Any inquiries? Other business? Okay, adjourned? Carried. And the next meeting is April the 28th, and I'll tell you that we have arranged, the acting general manager and I have arranged to have a presentation on the plans for Ottawa, for the campus there and what they're doing. There was an interest at Built Heritage as well. They're going to probably have more of a heritage presentation, but Mr. Dark is going to be here at the beginning of the next planning meeting to go over it. I saw the presentation and I thought that it would be really interesting, and given what we're doing with the Rideau Precinct, et cetera, all of the things that we're doing, Sandy Hill, et cetera. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your attention today. I promised to make a cake the next time. I had plans.